1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. You seen levels on 11? 11 and 11 and 11 and 11. Ah. As long as it's coming through, I'm happy enough for that. Alright. Yeah, just round the lady for props.
Plug anything?
Yes. Frankie, you said it was the last day of the competition? Today. Last day today. Last chance.
Last chance today. Cool.
Okay.
And is there anything we want to throw to after we've finished?
No, I think we'll just do the Bumble video again.
Cool. Okay.
It's kind of like that. Yeah, like that. Oh yeah, with the lip marks. Yeah, yeah.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
a club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the Red Rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to our coverage of the final day of this rain-affected county championship fixture between Lancashire and Surrey here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV. And I'm afraid the covers are on. We have another delay. It's been the theme of the 4 days, I'm afraid. We're not starting on time at 11 o'clock, that's a certainty, with the full covers on. How much play we get today remains to be seen. We've had rain again this morning, and as we've been saying for the last 4 days, the amount of rain that has fallen, the water table's pretty high, the ground can't really take much more water. The ground staff have done all they can through the course of the week to try and get as much play as possible. But I'm afraid that the weather has been the big obstacle across this first 4 days of the new season. So delayed start. Fingers crossed we get something. We'll let you know if and when we hear any news on that. Callum Flynn's alongside me in the studio. We've seen some cricket. We saw quite a decent amount of cricket on day 2. We saw 21 balls bowled yesterday. It's been a pretty frustrating 4 days.
Yeah, there'll be a few people, you know, going at the schedule, and again, won't they, saying why we're starting cricket in April, but you look at the schedule of the English summer and you wonder where they fit it in. So sadly, you do have to start this early. Last year we had the beautiful sunshine, didn't we, against Surrey? I think it was Easter weekend they started last season, and it was cracking flags for the whole 4 days. So it's just one of them things. Sadly, like you say, the ground can't take much water. Any bit of rain, sadly, just topping it back up, isn't it? And frustrating for the groundsmen and frustrating for the players. But fingers crossed, we do get a little bit of play today. But sadly, it looks pretty unlikely.
Of the cricket we have seen, we talked a little bit over the course of the last day or so about Josh Barnon's excellent start to the season, kind of picking up from where he left off. One of the big talking points of this season was the addition of Nathan Lyon and the success of Tom Hartley in the winter with England, and can you get both in the Lancashire side at some stage this season? And to have picked them both in the first match, and we've only seen a little bit of them right at the end of the second day, bowling together, but the fact that they have played both of them in this first match, I think means we could be set for a fantastic kind of 7 more games with Nathan Lyon available and with Tom Hartley contributing as well.
Yeah, and it's one of them, like, you look at the English summer traditionally in April, green seam as you expect with a Duke's ball, but we're not using the Duke's ball anymore for the first 2 rounds, and then maybe 2 rounds later on. And if you look around the circuit, a lot of the spinners are taking wickets at the moment. It's not the seamers. The ball isn't doing much. So I think it's quite a clever selection from Lancashire to pick both spinners. Hartley offers a lot, doesn't he, with the bat as well. maybe 7 might be a little bit too high at the moment. He's a really good number 8 and 9, but I think he's got potential to make himself into, a proper batting all-rounder. And like you say, his confidence will be so high off India. He's had a brilliant series with England, the brand of cricket that they play. He'll be really excited to try and bring that into the Lancashire dressing room. And then when the addition of Nathan Lyon, I think there was a clip that went out on social media of Nathan Lyon and Tom Hartley having a conversation the first day Nathan Lyon arrived, and Hartley's discussing what he's trying to work on. So he's got the best finger spinner in the world for me, to bounce ideas off and to learn off. And Lancashire will be wanting them to try and form some partnership to take Lancashire on to winning some games this year, because the amount of draws last season would have been quite disappointing. So they'll be hoping them two can kind of spin it to win it for Lancashire this year.
When you look at the team that Lancashire have picked, Callum, for this first game of the season, they've put George Bobbleson up to 4. Matty Hurst has been given the chance with the gloves in this first match. They've picked the 2 spinners. It's quite an interesting team selection, that, I think. I may have taken 1 or 2 by surprise, that.
Yeah, it took me by surprise. I thought George Bell might have sneaked in there. I thought last year he had a pretty solid year, and pre-season as well. It's one of them transitional periods, I think, for Lancashire at the moment. They lost a lot of experience last year. Vilas and Croft just playing white ball cricket now. You've lost the backups like Rob Jones and Danny Lamb. So the breeding through the youngsters, and that's got to happen at some stage, because Lancashire produced some brilliant young cricketers, and you've got to breed them in. And it's probably the right time to do that now with Dale Benkenstein. So maybe the hopes of silverware this year maybe put on, on the back burner a little bit, and it's about bringing them kids through to try and bring silverware back to the club in a couple of years. But they've got some brilliant experience with Keaton Jennings, Wells and Bohannon, alongside your Matty Hurst and your George Bell, your George Balderson. George Balderson's probably one of the more experienced of the batting lineup, and looking at his games played, he's still pretty inexperienced himself, but I think he's good enough to bat number 4 for Lancashire. He's opened and he scored big runs last season for Lancashire. I think he averaged around the 50 mark. So I think he's good enough and he's capable, and he's quite a mature character. And then it'll be exciting to see Matty Hurst. He started really well. The 2 games last year that he played, a couple of 50s. I think he averaged 130 because he didn't get out. But yeah, I think he'll be an exciting year for him. And then, like you say, it'll be a bit of a challenge between him and George Bell, who takes the gloves, because I don't think we're going to see Phil Salt for most of the year, sadly, with the World Cup, and then the T20 Blast and the 100. So yeah, I think they've got a good balance of youngsters and experience. I think it could be it might be a difficult year, but they might get some success. But I think for the future, looking ahead, I think they're doing the right thing, especially with the new coaches coming in as well. And that's applicable too with the seam bowlers, isn't it? Because they've gone with Will Williams and Tom Bailey, obviously the 2 experienced seamers. At the minute, Luke Wood's not available. Saqib Mahmood's continuing his kind of build up to full fitness. Mitchell Stanley's not 100% just yet. So Tom Aspinwall got his chance. Unfortunately, he's not had much of a chance in this match. But again, they've gone with that younger seamer there. Yeah, he impressed on the India tour, didn't he? We was commentating here over the 3 days in Karnataka, and he really impressed. It'll be disappointing for the Lancashire coaching staff, because they would have planned for Saqib Mahmood, Mitch Stanley, and probably Luke Wood. He was a late replacement, wasn't he, in the IPL? So they would have planned to have them available, and they would have probably, February, March time, they would have knew what their probably 11 would have been for the Surrey game. I think last year Lancashire struggled with having that point of difference in the bowling attack. I think your Will Williams and Tom Bailey do a terrific job with the new ball. We know what they offer. Probably one of the better new ball partnerships in the country. But then I think they struggled when the pitch has got a little bit flatter and the ball didn't swing as much. We didn't really have that pace. And they signed that with Mitch Stanley. I think he touches the 90 miles per hour mark, but sadly he's got a slight knock. We've seen him go through some run-throughs, didn't we, yesterday? I think he's still a couple of weeks off. I think Saqib's maybe a month or 2 off, sadly. But it's about just getting them fit, and hopefully later on in the year, Lancashire can reap the rewards of them too. And hopefully Luke Wood when he gets back from the IPL as well.
Yep, so that's the state of play at the minute. Whether we see any of these guys bowling today or not remains to be seen. At the minute, that looks unlikely. We're still waiting for kind of confirmation of any potential inspections, but the covers are on. The clouds are grey and dark, and it all doesn't look particularly summery, in truth. Already today, we've seen the fourth and final day between Derbyshire and Gloucestershire abandoned without a ball being bowled. The game between Durham and Hampshire in Division 1's been equally as badly affected. They've not had a single ball bowled in that match. So the weather's been causing problems up and down the country, not just here at Emirates Old Trafford. We'll keep you posted on the potential start time in this fixture, if we do get one at all. Don't forget the competition, which has been running through the course of the last few days as well. The chance to get a signed Nathan Lyon shirt. I think that closes at midnight tonight. So you've got the QR code on screen. If it's not on screen now, it will be. The signed Nathan Lyon shirt. You can win that. Just follow the instructions on the QR code. So we will leave you for now. Hopefully we'll bring you some news about some potential cricket at some point, but no play here at the minute at Emirates Old Trafford.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
I never really considered playing anywhere else. And, you know, I'm quite happy to go on camera now and say that the schedule for 2023 is unacceptable.
It would be fair to say that your career wasn't smooth.
I think I care about the club. The club's been very good to me.
Was that a conscious decision to go then, or was that in some way forced upon you?
It's a good question, isn't it? I thought that might come up.
Did it take you by surprise, the enormity of the role and the scope of it?
You feel like you can put your points across and it never gets listened to, and who are the chief decision makers around how we try and move forward?
Do you get frustrated, the fact that your job here is to promote Lancashire cricket in spite of the ECB demands on you?
I think one of the things I battled my whole career was belief, really.
Welcome along to our studio high up in the Player and Media Centre at Emirates Old Trafford for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that this time I've got alongside me Mark Chilton, who has been associated with the club now since the late 90s as a player, opening batsman, captain for 2 or 3 seasons through the early 2000s, and in various coaching capacities over his time at the club. And he's now Director of Cricket Performance. Welcome along, Mark. It's good to have you along.
Thanks, Paul.
You were born in Sheffield. I didn't realise that. You keep that one quiet. But your formative years were spent no more than 5 miles away down the road at Sale.
That's right. Yeah. Not my choice to be born over there, but yeah, Mum and Dad was working over there at the time, so. And came to Sale when I was 1, which is just down the road, as you say. So I was never been a million miles away from this place, and I suppose it all started at quite an early age, just down the road on the streets of Sale.
So yeah, closely tied to Emirates Old Trafford, or Old Trafford as it was in those days. You were educated at Manchester Grammar, and that probably formed the earliest link with Lancashire Cricket Club at that time.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you may or may not know that Manchester Grammar was part of the old Lancashire boundary. Well, this is always my understanding of it. And that gave us a route into Lancashire cricket. So as much as Sale is a Cheshire postcode, and I did represent Cheshire at a couple of year groups because it went out of the school system. Obviously back in the day it was Lancashire schools, and therefore if you were associated to a Lancashire school, even one that was within the old Lancashire boundary, we had ways of getting involved. And obviously David Moss, who still works with us, to be fair, was my cricket master at Manchester Grammar, and he was the person who essentially really drove that process and got me into the trial system. I remember going to Bolton School for the trial for under 13s, I think it was, so quite quickly after I'd started at Manchester Grammar, and yeah, got into that team many years ago. You got into that age group system then. Who were your contemporaries? Yeah, so well, interestingly, I'm the same year in age as Phil Neville, so at that age group Phil was already pretty well established. There'd been a Lancashire Schools under 11s team which I hadn't been part of. So Phil was comfortably the best player, and I ended up opening the batting with him during that season. Andrew Flintoff came on the scene quite quickly, really. He was involved at Lancashire under 11s as well, so he obviously was a very promising young player as well, and he would play a year up. So he was in that team a little bit as well. So yeah, no, it was interesting. I mean, Phil was an excellent cricketer. You know, would he have made it, do you think? Well, on the evidence, we'll get us that. Yeah, I mean, on the evidence we had, yeah, comfortably, really. I mean, he was sort of streets ahead of a lot of us at that age, really. I mean, physically he was quite well developed, and he was strong and he was quick. I think he carried on playing for a couple of years, didn't he? But even by the time he finished at 15s, he was still a very, very good player. So he was outscoring me on a regular basis, and I suppose I was doing all right. He bowled quite quick at that age as well. I mean, I know he didn't. I don't know whether he'd have developed into an effective seamer, but he certainly had real potential with the bat. Yeah. From a personal point of view, then, being fortunate enough and bright enough to go to Manchester Grammar, and to be good enough to represent Lancashire schools, there was a balance, presumably, between maintaining a sporting enthusiasm and your academic qualities and skills.
Where did that sit? Were your parents very involved with that, making sure that you had a good grounding in education? Did that come from school as well?
I never felt any pressure from any of that, really. I just think I had very supportive parents, regardless of what I wanted to do. I played a lot of football when I was a kid as well, and really up to the age of about 16, football would have been my #1 sport. So, you know, balancing football, cricket and academic in that day was fairly normal. Lots of people did it. Manchester Grammar was a fabulous place to do that, and you know, you got such good quality teaching and great support around all of it that it never really, I never felt like I was picking and choosing. I never sacrificed any sport for my studies. You just learn probably from an early age that, you know, you had to be reasonably time efficient and make sure you didn't, you know, waste too much time. But I got so much pleasure out of playing sport that I never saw that as a chore. I never saw training for sport as a chore. And you just try and do as well as you can at your academic stuff as you go along, really. So I just had a lot of people who were very supportive of that process. And I mean, David to this day was you know, he was instrumental in helping that support sort of happen through those years, really.
It was good balanced grounding then. You took the university route out of school. Was there ever a thought that you were good enough or could come straight to Lancashire from school?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. That I think at the time, no. You know, I think one of the things I battled my whole career was belief. Really, is believing that you're good enough to actually be there. And certainly at that time at that age, 17 or 18, I knew I was good because you in comparison to your peers, you were performing well. But it certainly wasn't nailed on for me at all. And I think the two key instances really: the under-19 cricket festival in Cambridge, which you'll probably remember. You ran for many years, and all the counties would go down there. John Stanworth was the coach of that team. David was the manager. John Stanworth was the coach, and I had a really strong week down there on quite difficult pitches. And I suppose I felt like I played at a good level there. You know, I knew who my contemporaries were nationwide, and I was competing with them, I suppose. And I think on the back of that, John certainly thought, right, we might have something here. And I think it sort of played out where John probably recommended me higher up then. But by that stage, I was already geared to go to Durham Uni, so really hadn't really given it much of a thought.
It's an interesting one because, of course, at that time there was no academy, so there was no. It was straight out of the school system. Yeah. And if you were good enough, and there were very few that were, you got a professional contract. So in a way, by going to university and playing at a really good cricketing university like Durham, that helped your cricketing development as well as everything else, of course. Yeah,
hugely. You know, it was such an important part of my development, really, for the very reasons that you've just said. If I'd have come out of school at 18, I probably wasn't quite ready to mix it with the staff that was currently happening. It didn't happen very often that. You had to be an exceptional 18-year-old to really push yourself into that professional squad. And that's why, you know, even to this day, I'm still a supporter of the university system, because it gave you the opportunity to carry on studying and learn other things. But it also gave you just gave you a bit of time. And the academy system, you know, we try and get players ready a little bit earlier now, but you know as well as I do that 18, 19, 20 stage, you know, you never quite sort of know when you're going to be ready for it. And my experience at Durham was the second sort of big catalyst to me generating enough belief in myself and probably improving my play to a point where I actually felt confident that I think I can do this. You know, Graham Fowler, you know, an old friend of yours, was hugely influential during that period, largely built around belief, really, just saying you're good enough to do this. And that sort of experience, I started to think, you know what, I think I can mix it with other professional cricketers.
So when did the light switch get flicked then? When was the time? I mean, you obviously performed well at Durham and enough to keep Lancashire interested. Yeah. Presumably playing second team cricket in the holidays, etc. So when was the moment that you thought, I'm going to give it a go?
Yeah, I don't.
Or when did they come and say, would give you the opportunity?
Yeah, well, I don't actually remember a specific moment. I mean, that's quite a funny story, really, because I had applied to do business economics at uni, so it was all set to sort of get my head around that. But the first weekend I went to college, so I'd been at college for a week at Grey College up in Durham. Bumble phoned my dad, so David Lloyd, who was the coach, phoned my dad and said we'd like to take him onto a summer contract. So the first weekend I was at university, I phoned home at the weekend, and they said Lancashire have been on and they want to offer you a summer contract. So from that moment on, really, so that was my first year at Durham, I was very much, right, I've got a chance here. And, you know, essentially I knew that I was going to carry on studying as a normal student, play for Durham, but then in the summer I had Lancashire to go back to. So, you know, as much as I suppose my studies might have suffered a little bit, because really from that moment on I thought, right, I've got a chance now, I've got an opportunity. And I think my majority of my focus sort of went into then trying to be a pro cricketer.
Well, if it's anything like me, and I was similarly at Durham, it's about the best time of your life, isn't it? Because from April onwards, you're supposedly at university, but you're playing cricket for uni and whatever else. And then after that, you're playing second team cricket for Lancashire. So you've got the best of all worlds at a very early age.
Yeah, and that's exactly how I see it. I had a wonderful experience there. I mean, again, you know, mixing it with lots of other players who went on and had great careers. And I suppose there were three things I did at university. They would try and be a professional cricketer was the first one, socialise, and then work, and in that order. And really, it was a great time, and we were blessed really there. We had good facilities. The professional coach came in, so Graham got the job in my second year. So all the funding that came from the MCCU went into the universities in my second year. So we then had a full-time coach who was available to us. So, you know, lots of things happened for me around that period that were pretty instrumental and gave me a really good chance, I suppose. And then once you've got that opportunity, you've got to then take it. And I suppose with regards to a light switch moment for me, I know I wasn't the greatest player of all time, but what I was always able to do was I was just able to step up each time. So every time, so when I came back into Lancashire 2s in the summer, I started to perform well quite quickly. I had success at Durham University against the counties. So I was always able to just go that level up. And when I got into the first team quite early, you know, I performed quite well early on. And I suppose you think, right, I can do this. And, you know, I suppose Test cricket was always out my reach a little bit. Or maybe I didn't ultimately believe I was good enough to play at that level, but I had enough belief to have a decent career with Lancs.
And you did just that. You forged a very good career as a batsman for Lancashire over a number of years, averaging over 32, I think, through your career. But it would be fair to say that your career wasn't smooth. It wasn't as smooth. You weren't always inked into the first team. You had peaks and troughs, sorry, in your career. One year, I think 2008, you were in and out of the side quite a lot. So looking back, has that experience of the ups and downs and the experience that you've outlined going through school and university, has that put you in a good position, do you think, in your coaching and now your performance director roles?
I suspect so, but you know, what do you compare that against? You know,
well, it gives you an example of having good times and bad times, which everybody has to a degree.
Yeah. I mean, certainly understanding what it feels like to be 12th man quite often, understanding to go to bed the night before a game and not know whether you're playing or not. You know, I was never an absolute shoe-in for periods of my career. Experiencing the challenges of professional cricket, which the majority of cricketers would experience, but when you're an opening batter, sometimes that sort of feels even worse. You feel for however many overs and you go out and get a duck in the whatever, you know, you do ask yourself, what am I doing here?
What am I doing this? Yeah.
So, you know, as well as I do, you know as well as I do, it's an emotional roller coaster at times, what we did. And, you know, I don't regret any of it. There were some challenging times. I think it gives me that probably gives me a sense of balance. But to be honest, I probably think I've always had that anyway. So I think I've always had a balanced perspective on life and how to approach things. I've always been quite observing of any environments I've been in to pick up whatever skills I now have to help me with the roles I've done. And I'm still trying to learn that all the time, I suppose. So I think, I'm sure it probably will have helped, but then it probably helps being a world-class player because they have experiences that I don't have. So, you know, look at what McCullum and Stokes are doing with the England team now. So it's all relative to your own context, I think, and you just got to understand your strengths and weaknesses and what your possible gaps are, I think.
I think if anybody wants to understand the commitment and the belief and the feeling you have for Lancashire, they only have to trawl through the archives and look back to that 2007 county championship year when Lancashire went into the final game leading the county championship, just got pipped at the post and couldn't quite beat Surrey. I remember I did the interview with you for Sky, and I remember you being in tears. Yeah. And I thought, well, I was choking back I wasn't quite choking back the tears, but it was a hugely emotional moment for you. And I've not really interviewed many people in tears before, but that just told me exactly what it meant to you.
Yeah, and I suppose when you're in charge and you're the captain, you're also carrying it for the team as well, and everyone who was associated with the club at the time, all the members and everybody. It was Lancashire winning the championship was something that we just hadn't done for years and years and years. So you felt that responsibility, and I suppose, yeah. I mean, I think the thing I'm most proud of, Paul, above everything is, and this was the one. My dad was an average cricketer, but the one thing he used to say was you just got to do your best, and you never know when you're beaten, basically. So you just got to give your all. And the one thing I can sit here and comfortably say is that every time I walked onto the field, whether I was fielding or batting, I tried my best, and I'm very comfortable with that. And really, I suppose it does sometimes that manifests itself in those moments. I'm not a massively emotional person, but that I genuinely thought we were going to do it that day. I think that's what I found that interview very difficult, because for 90% of the day I thought we're going to do this, and then it was just taken away from us at the end.
But that drive, that ambition, that emotion, you carry that through, I think, in your roles now that I've seen when you've been coaching and you were performance manager and now director of cricket performance. I think it'd be fair to say you carry that philosophy with you.
Yeah, and I think I care at the end of the day. I think I care about the club. The club's been very good to me since I was 13 years old. From the moment I've started playing for the club, I've got such joy and reward out of being involved with Lancashire cricket that it's almost it's a non-negotiable for me to just have that attitude towards the club and the team. And I think when you're really invested in it, you just want to see everyone involved in it and get the rewards for a lot of the hard work. I think that's an element of it as well. Really, is you see, take now for example, you see the effort that goes in behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see, from either the coaches or even the players when they're not on the pitch. And everyone who's involved around it, all the people at the club who work hard to provide, as much support and resource for us as possible. And that's why last year was a bit crushing, really, because all you want to do is get over the line and win, because that it just brings so many people a lot of satisfaction, and a lot of people, in my view, they deserve that feeling and success. So
you finished your career on a team high after the 2011 County Championship win, and was that a conscious decision to go then, or was that in some way forced upon you? Was it the county that didn't re-engage you, or was it a conscious decision?
I'd probably made that decision a few weeks out, so there was probably a glimmer of hope that maybe either I would get offered new terms or I never really considered playing anywhere else. I think that was. I remember walking off at Egbert against Warwickshire, and Dad used to work down in the docks at Runcorn, and he used to come to Egbert a bit. And I remember speaking to him after that game. I hadn't had a great game, and I just sort of said, "I'm done." I think I can remember it now, and that was about 6 weeks to go. And I remember sitting with Lee Richardson, our performance psychologist, who was desperately trying to look at the positives of where I was at, and I just said, "Look, there's nothing you can say now." And I think in my head now, I've been through that roller coaster, and it was quite important for me that it might have been a few weeks. It'd be interesting to see what the date was, because at that point, I just then decided that the club and the team was onto something a bit bigger than me. And at the back end of your career, that's quite difficult to do as a player, because you want your career to carry on as long as possible. You're earning money, you've got a family to look after. But I remember sort of finding a bit of peace with that in a way, and just going, right, all that matters now is that I can give what I can give to the cause, and because I'd much rather just, if we can finish on that high, then I'll be able to walk away pretty comfortable or very happy from it all. And that's essentially, so I'd sort of got over it with about 2 months to go, I think. Okay. Yeah. So. You
were well educated, obviously you got a degree at Durham, you'd been to Manchester Grammar School. At what point did you start thinking about what am I going to do next? Was it always going to be coaching? Because you're a level 4 qualified coach now. Yeah. I'm not sure you were at the end of your career.
Yeah.
Your playing career.
That's right, yeah. Was it always going to be coach? No, not really. No, I suppose I'd tried a few things. I'd always had a bit of an eye on other things. I worked in a bank for 6 months, and certainly I was able to scratch that one off. I didn't fancy doing that for the next 20 years. So Morsey was quite a big influence. Pete was quite a big influence. I suppose when Pete came, I really saw. I know I'd talked about there have been influences throughout my career, and Graham was one of them at Durham. But I suppose Pete was someone who I really saw the value in real expert elite coaching.
He took it to a different level. I mean, I remember when he came here, I was on the interview panel, and he just blew us all away in interview. It was just a completely different approach. And coaching's evolved very quickly, actually, rapidly over the last 20 years, certainly.
Well, certainly my experience of working with him for 3 years, after that difficult year in 2008, I then went on and became Player of the Year 2009, and that was, Pete was a hugely important part of that, really. So I suppose I really started to think and believe in the power of good elite coaching and what difference it could make. And obviously, but opportunities were becoming, I suppose, more available within the professional game. So ultimately, that's where I ended up going. Yeah, I ended up going down, doing my qualifications, but having some time out as well at Manchester Grammar, which was also a really useful period for me.
But I sense there are steps in the Mark Chilton progression here. That it isn't purely cricket, because you didn't go from school to cricket. You went to university, you got a degree, you played cricket, but you did other things. You then got a level 4 coaching qualification, but that wasn't enough. You went and did a master's in sports directorship, I think. So there's always been something behind the progression. It might be sport orientated, but it's not just purely cricket. Would that be right?
Yeah, it probably would be right, yeah. And part of that is just an appetite to learn and improve, really, I suppose. Certainly the Masters, again, was an opportunity that I thought, right, this looks quite interesting. And as much as I was enjoying the coaching and the practical side of coaching, I suppose I did look at myself and think, what strengths have I got? And, management and managing people and leadership to a degree was something that I was interested in learning more about. So again, that was the people you meet through that process, and I suppose you're right in some way that there was always part of me that I wasn't necessarily just sticking my flag to the mast of being a batting coach, and as much as I enjoy the practical side of coaching, I suppose there were other interests that I wanted to explore. I mean, what I've never done, Paul, which is, you know, goes against the grain a lot of the time, is I've never really set goals for myself. So I don't sit here. I certainly didn't sit in 5 years ago and say I wanted your job. You know, it's not how I viewed it. It wasn't the case, and I've never done that. I didn't do it with my cricket, and I don't do it now. I don't sit here now thinking what next. I'm more about just learning through the experience of what I'm doing, and seeing what opportunities might happen. And really, you know, through your support, I got the chance to do a performance director role, which led me just branched me off batting coaching, and I started to have to think about structures and systems, and then I was lucky enough to get your role, which has opened a whole world of new challenges and learning experiences. And I suppose in some ways I find that quite what's the word I'm looking for? Stimulating, I suppose. I find that quite mentally stimulating, that I'm learning all the time, whether it's HR, whether it's jobs, whether it's contracts, whether it's budgets. You know, you're quite right that I don't necessarily see myself just a single point of skill set. I'm quite willing to sort of experience different things.
I think it's a good job that you don't plough a single furrow, especially in the role that you're in now, because let's talk a little bit about that now. It's essentially director of cricket in all but named director of cricket performance, and that is a relatively modern role within the game. All these roles have suddenly appeared: head coach, different types of coaching, specialist coaching. They were never around 20, 30 years ago, nor was a director of cricket. So director of cricket performance, you obviously went into that role knowing the broad brushstrokes of the job. But I would think that within 2 or 3 weeks of taking on the role, you'd be thinking, this is interesting. Not quite what I envisaged. Did it take you by surprise, the enormity of the role and the scope of it?
I suppose in some ways, yeah, it probably did. I mean, I try not to have too many judgments about anything, really. It's not how I'm very much a here and now person, but I suppose, you know, reflecting on it now, absolutely, there are elements of the job which you'll be well aware that you think, oh crikey, I didn't. But then, you know, I don't know why I didn't think that, because ultimately, when you're leading on a department, ultimately everything comes up to you. You know, you're in charge of a group of people, a number of people across different areas, and therefore, you know, it's going to throw up lots of different challenges. And in some ways, you know, you've done the role. You're a CEO of the cricket department. That's what you are. You know, we've obviously got a CEO of the business, and I sit on the executive of the club, but in the cricket department, it all ultimately funnels up to myself, and therefore you are operating and you're leading on that area. So all sorts comes your way, and you know, I suppose one thing I'm still wrestling with is just finding enough time to really drill down at the performance side of the cricket. But ultimately, we've got a very experienced, knowledgeable head coach who's able to. I'm able to offload that a lot of that responsibility onto. But I would like to be able to step away sometimes to do a bit more of that strategic thinking around, right, how can we keep driving the performance side of what we do better? Which, you know, at the minute I just need to find a bit more time to do that.
There's a lot of talk in all sports about improvement through small margins and the minutiae of approach through coaching, psychology, performance, whatever you like to say. Have you had time in the last 12 months to have a look at that aspect of things and see which of the smaller aspects that may be very important but that need more attention to detail?
Yes and no, I suppose, and where I come to with a lot of that is that this is still about people, what we do. So as much as there are data and there are 1%ers, you know, getting the best out of the people that you've got is really important for me, I think, and to really, really think about, have we got the right people in the right roles? Do people know exactly what is expected of them? have they got the support and resource that they need to do their jobs as well as they can? You know, essentially, I think that's a fundamental part of this role, is looking at the people we've got involved and ensuring that that is working as efficiently and effectively as it can, because more often than not, that's pretty hard to do. And that in itself is a core part of this job, is getting the team you've got working as effectively and efficiently, because they'll find the 1%ers. I think if you give them some accountability and responsibility, and you give them the support and you give them some clarity, they'll be the people who will find the 1%, 2%, 3%ers. It won't just all be on me. It'll be on all of us to say, right, you know, let's look at what we're doing, and you only get to that point by being able to manage that group of people effectively. That's essentially how I see it. Yes, there'll be things out there that, you know, even talking to Glenn this morning, you know, I had a meeting with Glenn this morning. His experience in Abu Dhabi in the last 2 or 3 weeks has just created new conversations for us to have. And that's really what you're looking for all the time, is to just tap into people's knowledge. And we've got so many great staff here, which you know, we're blessed with some brilliant staff across the cricket department and across the science and medical team, across the grounds team. And for me, it's almost trying to get the best out of that, and that's where you'll get your extra 1%, 2%, 5%, as much as my learning away from here. So,
I think that, yeah, you sum that up very nicely. Do you get frustrated, or have you come to terms with the fact that your job here at Lancashire is to promote Lancashire cricket and to try and achieve the best you can for Lancashire cricket, but you are doing it in spite of the ECB demands on you in terms of players?
Well, the short answer would be yes. So there are times when there is a degree of frustration where no matter how well you do your role, or you perceive yourself you do you well, you know, you might think you're doing everything and you're covering all your bases, you are still at the mercy of some other decision makers and some other issues that might arise that really impact your environment. We are not a, you know, look at, gosh, name any other sports team really. You know, just go across the road to Man United. You know, Man United and the manager and the sporting directors at Manchester United, they're not having to manage the Man United fitting into another system. They're just, Man United, how can we get the best out of this club? We as a club, we are, and understandably and rightly so, we have a responsibility towards English cricket as well. You know, we do. That's one of our roles as a county, and therefore, whereas, you know, Ten Hag's not that bothered about England's performance in this World Cup, is it? It doesn't make any difference to him. All he's bothered about is his players and trying to maximise. So he's in a control of a lot of it. American football teams, you know, all the coaches, the great books you read from the American football. It's a very closed environment that they know what they've got. If they do this, this and this, they've got a great chance of succeeding this. I feel in cricket we can do a lot of that stuff, and we are doing a lot of that stuff, but you're still at the mercy of, well, if we do that stuff, we develop really good cricketers, and then they go and play for another team, and Lancashire sort of don't benefit from that in one way, but we benefit in other ways, and we have to sort of accept our position in it all. Seeing what England have done over the last 24 hours is brilliant. You know, anyone who likes cricket and anyone who's involved at a county club should be very proud of that and seeing that, and we all play our small part in that.
Is there an onus on counties to start playing red ball cricket like England are?
Well, that's a good question, isn't it? I thought that might come up. Is there an onus on it? I think I listen to a lot of how England are playing. And what I really love about it is I love their intention. So I love the fact that Stokes, he sees a responsibility to play entertaining cricket. And I think it's just, the debate comes, well, what is entertaining cricket? And it's not always necessarily, but you know, changing round and hitting left-handed and scoring at 7 runs and over. You know, we've all been in the game long enough to know that entertaining cricket can take very different guises and forms. But I think that should be our intention. I think, you know, red ball cricket for me is the purest form of the game. It would be a travesty if that diminishes. So therefore, we all have a responsibility to make the red ball game appealing. And I agree with Stokes that really he's prepared to risk losing to ensure that the game, to give himself the best chance of winning, but also to try and create a product that is exciting for people to watch. And, you know, lots of people would have tuned into yesterday's game, and if it had been a boring draw, lots of people wouldn't. And I think that's brilliant what they're doing, and I think we all have a responsibility to do that. What it actually looks like with regards to how you play on the field, that's where the debate lies, because if everyone starts swinging, trying to score at 7-8 and over when the ball's doing a bit in April, we don't quite know how that's going to play out. But the intent should be to play positive, exciting cricket that people will enjoy watching.
Would that have formed part of your discussion with Glenn that you just had?
We didn't. We only had half an hour today, so no. Yeah, I mean.
Or will it then?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I certainly won't be making any suggestions on how I think we should be doing it. I think it's something we just need to be very aware of, because all the modern players will now be thinking, oh right, well there's one way of doing this and there's one way of getting in this team. And for me, there's not necessarily that. You know, again, it's about, you know, how we're going to manage this process where you see an England team and all the players just waxing lyrical about what a great environment it is to have that freedom. Great, get all of that, and I'm on board with all of that. But how does that transfer into your environment when, you know, you've got a developing group of players, you've got some young players in that team who are still trying to develop. So I think, you know, we should have the intention that this is how we want to try and operate, but we also need to be smart, and we need to be, you know, we need to be able to manage, well, when can be really positive. And I think that's what Stokes I think that's what he's doing really well, is he's picking his moments to be properly gung-ho. When he needed to get over the line in the T20 and the 50 over World Cup, he did it another way. And he did it, you know, and that he's an absolute champion, to be fair. I think what he's achieved in the last 2 years is incredible. But I love the intent, Walt.
Yeah, he's certainly a phenomenal individual. Just shifting slightly, what input could you have in terms of formulating the schedule and structure of English county cricket? Do you have an input as a director of performance? How influential are the directors of cricket around the country in shaping the future form of the game, which is imminent, basically? We know what it's going to be for 2023, but it needs to be adjusted.
Yeah. Well, obviously not hugely. I mean, you know the answer to that
question,
which is
well,
why
it's banging your head against a brick wall, basically.
I
wonder if that brick wall that I felt was there when I has become less brick-like, if you like. Maybe there's one or two holes in it, or there's a chance of getting in there.
Ultimately, I don't know what I know what you're alluding to around. You feel like you can put your points across and it never gets listened to, and who are the chief decision makers around how we try and move forward. There are just so many different views. I've very much got the support of the club. So the club have looked at me to drive our decisions around the schedule. I don't think every club is doing that, for one. You know, I think, you know, really it should, in my view, it should be a directors of cricket debate, really, to try and find the appropriate schedule for high performance. Obviously acknowledging that chief execs and chairmen have an important part of in that debate, but the fact that we didn't get the HPR even closely, we didn't even get it close to getting supported, is sort of an indication that actually are the cricket people the key drivers behind the decision making? Possibly not. And you know, I'm quite happy to go on camera now and say that the schedule for 2023 is unacceptable. It is. So we haven't been able to get the HPR through. There's been no change to 2023. There are elements of it that are improved. But if you look at our schedule through May and through into June, you know, no high-performing team can operate at 100% all through that period. If you're really talking about raising standards and really trying to drive drive high performance through that environment. It's not going to happen. There's no time. So there's no time to reflect and review and prepare. So it just depends where the compromise is. And I hope that there'll be more discussions prior to April 23, because we need to know what we're playing for next season. That's been talked about, and that's important. And I'd just like to see some compromise, and I hope that cricket's voice is taken very seriously, as opposed to just making sure we have 18 successful businesses.
Finally then, from a Lancashire perspective, are you happy where the cricket club is at the moment in terms of its age group performance levels, its academy, and its men's and women's professional setup? It's a bit of a long question, that, but in less than 100 words.
Yeah, I mean, on the whole, yeah. I mean, I know we worked closely on it when you were in the role as well. So I think this has been, where we are now has been the build-up of 4, 5, 6 years' work. I think we've both recognised that there are key areas where we've made quite a significant difference and impact. I think coming second in every competition, as much as it's disappointing, that shows you're doing a lot of good things right. I think the women's game is that's growing all the time. I'm really excited by the new signings. I think that can be really healthy for a team sometimes, as much as we've got a lot of passion for developing our own cricketers. I think bringing people in from the outside at the appropriate time can just kickstart and really give a catalyst to an environment. So I'm quite keen to see how that progresses, and we'll always be expecting big things there. So on the whole, the short answer to that question is yeah, I'm very happy. As much as I think there are areas that we just got to keep working on, I think we're in pretty good shape.
Mark, thanks very much. 1 year into your role, you've had a fundamental impact already. Long may that continue.
Cheers, thank you.
Welcome along to this edition of Beyond the Boundary. With me today is one of Lancashire's finest, Neil Harvey Fairbrother, who was a diminutive left-hand middle-order batsman for Lancashire and England through the 80s and 90s, played over 20 years cricket here at Emirates Old Trafford, and was fundamental to Lancashire's one-day successes in those years. Well, Neil, nice to see you. Good of you to come back to the old place. I said Neil Harvey Fairbrother. With those names and those Christian names that you were given by your mother, it was destiny that you would become a cricketer, surely.
Well, I don't know about that. Unbelievable that I ended up a left-hander as well, that's for sure. But I think I did all right, because our two favourite cricketers were Neil Harvey and Herbert Sutcliffe. So I think I did all right with my name in the end.
I've been called a Herbert a few times. But I mean, your mother and your father were obviously hugely instrumental in your development, not only as a cricketer, but as a person as well. I mean, what's your earliest memory of sporting interest in the family home?
Well, my dad played club cricket. And as I was growing up, he played at Earlstown, which is Newton-le-Willows. So I can remember as a 6, 7-year-old lad going down there on a Saturday and a Sunday, and my dad's teammates would throw me balls on the outfield and things like that. Mum did the tees, and that was how our summer weekends were. And that I guess is my first cricket memories. And then because we lived in the village of Grappenhall, so Grappenhall Cricket Club was clearly nearer than Earlstown, and Grappenhall weren't taking youngsters at that time till they were 11 years old, and I think I was sort of 9 or 10, and Dad managed to sort of squeeze me in, and that's the junior section at Grappenhall.
You weren't just a good schoolboy cricketer, you were a pretty good schoolboy rugby player as well. You played for Cheshire schools in both sports. Which was your favourite growing up?
It was 50-50. You know, I loved rugby, like I obviously still love cricket. And the day that I signed here, Jack Bond offered me a 2-year contract, and he said one of the things is that rugby will have to stop. And actually, it was a sad moment and a sad day. And I played rugby at Lim Rugby Club, and enjoyed myself immensely up there. I still have good friends from all that time ago through the rugby connections, and you know, I used to go and watch. And
I think it was a good job it stopped. I remember coming to watch you once, and it must have been probably in '82. So you might have just played. You might have been the winter of '82. Yeah. Anyway, I got there 5 minutes after the start to see you being helped off the field, and that was the end of that.
Well, it happened a few times on the cricket pitch as well, didn't it?
Oh gosh, did it ever? I remember that. One of your best innings ever, in my opinion, was at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
When you got hit under the chin. Was it Michael Holding?
No, it was Ian Bishop.
Oh, Ian Bishop. Crikey, yeah.
I remember
he was fast.
He was, well, before his back went, he was rapid, wasn't he?
He was.
He was absolutely rapid. And that was a quick wicket that day.
Chesterfield, Queen's Park, was one of the best pitches in the country, wasn't it, at the time? And I remember you got hit under the chin, and you had I think you probably had some stitches in the end. And I remember saying, well, what's the matter with you? Get out there now.
In fact, I think I can remember that as well.
Yeah. Purely.
So I batted with Foxy.
Yeah.
We were 10 or 20 for 2, and I batted with Foxy for 2 or 3 hours, and I remember we were both flailing it around everywhere, with our eyes shut most of the time, I think.
Yes, it was pretty fearsome. Anyway, back to your early years. So rugby had to stop. Yeah. You made your debut here in '82, but prior to that, you'd played for Cheshire schools and club cricket at Grattan Hall.
Yeah.
Where was the leap between that and getting into Lancashire's?
So I played at Grattan Hall, which was Cheshire. Went to Lim Grammar School, which was Cheshire, although the school didn't play much cricket at all. But that enabled me to play for Cheshire schools. So that was 13, 15 and 19 back in those days. And I remember doing well as a 16-year-old playing in the under-19s. I did well against Lancashire under-19s. And I don't know if that was a bit of a catalyst for somebody at the club here to say, oh, there's a lad who plays for Cheshire that might be worth looking at.
It's interesting because there's always been a path. I mean, I was a Cheshire lad, played Cheshire schools, and came here and played. I played in the nets at Easter and had a club and ground game or two. But that you were a contemporary of John Morris, weren't you? Didn't you play together for Cheshire schools?
Yeah. So
and he didn't come here, did he?
No, but he was from. I guess he was from Crewe.
Crewe. Yeah.
Yeah, he was from the Crewe area. So we played all the way through together for Cheshire, and he clearly ended up at Derbyshire. So you know, it was, if you were minor county-ish, it was pot luck, wasn't it, to a degree. There was obviously a little bond between Cheshire and Lancs at the time, which I believe has got stronger as the years have gone on, thankfully. And now there's a bit of a pathway, hopefully, for lads from our area.
When did you become aware of your talent, and did you have the will and the belief that you could make it as a professional sportsman, either as a rugby player or as a cricketer? I
think it's something. I mean, I loved rugby. I loved playing football. I loved cricket. So it was just a hobby, and it was great fun to start with. It was around. We'd done the under-13s and the under-15s, and then I started playing for Cheshire under-19s early, and I immediately did well. So I think then you know you're 2 years young and you're doing well at under-19s, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I might be all right at this. And then got invited down here, like you, played 2 or 3 club and ground games, and then played a second team game, and thought that I needed a new bat to play in the second team. So we went into Stockton Heath, which was a village next to Grattan Hall, and there was a sports shop called Buller's Sports.
Oh, yeah.
And Mum and Dad took me in there, and I bought a Gray Nichols bat for the second team game, and it was about £3 too heavy.
No.
So coming to Old Trafford, it was here, we played Glamorgan seconds, and I couldn't lift the bat up. The ball was hitting the pitch and was quicker than anything I'd ever seen, so I had no chance.
And the combination of the two, the heavy bat and a quick pitch, no good.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Oh dear. So that was a lesson very quickly and early learned. You used Gray Nichols in your early days, didn't you?
Yeah, very early.
Then you moved on. But,
yeah.
Interesting. What weight of bat did you use then?
So all the way through my career, it never moved from £2.8. So that was start to finish.
Yeah.
Clearly, through my period, there were people that used lighter and there were people that used heavier. Now, I think the generalisation is that the lads use £2.10, £2.11 bats, but they pick up so well now. The bats are so big and they pick up so well that you pick a bat up and you think it's 2.7, and there's actually that much wood in it that it's heavier.
Here's a speculative question. Do you think you'd have been a different type of player with a modern bat? Because you were very much a batsman who structured his innings around moving the ball around, placing it in gaps, etc., etc. Would you have been tempted to play differently?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know. I do think that when we played, if I didn't hit the ball in the middle, then there was no chance of it going over the boundary. These lads at the moment, they're fitter, bigger, stronger, and they have bigger bats. So if they get half of it, it's still clearing the ropes, isn't it? You know, I never had that feeling. If I didn't middle it, it wasn't going anywhere. That is for sure.
Probably made you the player you were then, actually, because you know, you had to be meticulous in the way that you chose your stroke.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look back at the way I played, and I think early on I tried to hit big balls a lot of the time, and it, you know, hit my fair share of sixes on this ground, not like the boys today, obviously. And then I think realised that there was another way to play the game, in one-day cricket especially, and that was to hit gaps and run. And run hard, and that is how my game developed. And then I had a period where I mixed both very well, the hitting and the manoeuvring of a cricket ball, and then latterly I think probably went too far the other way towards the end of my career, where it was just nudging it around into gaps, whereas the game perhaps was going the other way, and that's when boundaries were needed.
Were you aware when you were playing, and you played 85 one-day internationals for England, were you aware that you were developing a style of play that was pioneering? I think you were the first, whether you were called it at the time, but certainly in retrospect, you were the first finisher in the international game.
I don't think at the time you realise that. The one thing that I enjoyed was the run chase. I enjoyed the run chase. I enjoyed being in at the end, and I enjoyed getting this team or the England team over the line if I could. And I got immense satisfaction out of that, and perhaps my game developed on the back of those feelings as well.
You were a great manipulator of the strike though, and also you were excellent at marshalling the lower middle order to chase down totals.
Well, it was great. The lower middle order here for many years was full of strikers of a cricket ball, which complemented often the way I was playing. And if I thought we needed a boundary or we needed the next over to go for a few, then we all had confidence in each other, and whatever the advice was, the lads were taking it. So, you know, for long periods of time, there was Wasim Akram here, Mike Watkinson here, Warren Hegg here, Phil DeFreitas. So all these lads, lower middle order, could all hit the ball into the stand. So when the time came, they were up for the challenge. And we complemented each other well. We knew each other inside out, and we trusted each other.
Let's just go back a bit. 82, you made your debut, but you didn't do anything in your first game. You were called out of nowhere, basically.
Yeah, I was actually playing for Grappenhall on the Saturday afternoon. I heard the phone go at about 9:15, and Mum came running upstairs into the bedroom and said, "Jack Bond's on the phone, and they want you to go in and play for the first team." And I'd only played 2 or 3 second team games, not scored a run. So I turned around to my mum and said, "Somebody's having a joke with you." And she said, "No, it's Jack Bond." So literally jumped in the car, came here, and you were all in the nets at the back. So I came up into the changing room, was hurriedly getting changed, and it must have been 10:30 because you all came back in. And all of a sudden, I was surrounded by my heroes, people that were playing for England, people that had made the history of this club during the 70s and early 80s, and I was absolutely dumbstruck. Knew nobody. Clive Lloyd was captain that day, and he came over to where I was changing, introduced himself. He talked in this big, deep voice, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And I didn't understand
and
the word he
mumbled
was.
a bit as well.
I didn't know what he was saying. And he sat me down in the cinema seats that were in the changing room, and he put his arm round me, and I felt obviously ever so small when he was sat next to me. And the day just went from there, and we fielded all day. And on the way home, I had to stop the car, and I was physically sick on the way home, I think from the nerves of the day and everything that had gone on that day. And then Monday afternoon, when it rained, and then Monday afternoon we chased Kent's total, and I didn't bat, and David Lloyd got 150. And obviously Bumble at the time was at the end of his career,
Yeah.
and he opened the bat and got 150. I remember it being a wonderful knock. There were 2 knocks early that stood out to me. One was that day, and then the first year on the staff, we went down to Horsham, and again, it was only my 3rd or 4th game, and Frank Hayes was at the end of his career as well, and he got a huge 100 at Horsham.
140 odd, I think it was.
Yeah, against Imran, Garth LaRue.
Yeah.
And that innings also stood out, and those 2 were almost something for me to aim at. And Frank didn't play much after that either.
No, he didn't. It's interesting you say that, because that innings of Frank Hayes came after your debut innings, which
Yes.
didn't occur until 1983. And you made 94 not out against Warwickshire.
I did.
John Abrams was captain.
He was.
And there was, tell us about the scenario there, because 94 not out was a hell of a total.
So obviously that was my first knock. My first 4 in first class cricket was a bouncer off a spinner. So the last over before lunch, Norman Gifford, Giff?
Yes.
And he had a penchant for bowling the odd bouncer. So he must have thought, well, let this young lad have it.
Yeah.
And he bowled me a bouncer, and I managed to get it away for 4. That was my first 4 in first class cricket. But later on that day, I think there was an agreement that we would come out at 250.
Bob Willis was captain of Warwickshire.
He was. And I ended up batting with Jack Simmons, and I was 94 not out, and I think we needed 4 to get to 250. And Jack said, "We'll stay on now. It won't matter. We'll stay on till you get 100." And he hit a 6. And that was 250. And I looked round, and Bob Willis was just walking off. You know, he was the opposing captain. He was just walking off. And looked around again and could see John was in the doorway of our changing room. And nothing happened, and everybody just walked off. So I'm 94 not out, and I'm walking off thinking, well, that's a great I've had a good day here, 94 not out. Got into the changing room, and I remember you and Graham Fowler shouting as I went in, and then Jack came in behind me, and Jack threw his bat across the changing room.
I've never seen Jack as mad.
And Jack threw his, and he said something along the lines, if that's the way you want to play your cricket, you can all go and do one.
Yeah.
And clearly people were having a go at John, saying, why didn't you keep him out there?
It was a strange scenario, because I remember that clearly, and Bob just walked off, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Because Bob, I came to know Bob very, very well, obviously, over the last 20 years or so. And that's exactly the sort of thing he'd do, you know. But there was a bit of mischief in him.
Yeah.
I think as he got older, he probably realised it wasn't the nicest thing to do.
No. Well,
but it affected you less than you probably didn't realise what was going on.
No, I remember that night, we were staying up Hagley Road somewhere, and we went in a Chinese, and there were about 6 of us round one of those big tables, and I can remember that. And I was just pleased that I got double figures.
You have got the best memory for games and occasions, instances, call it what you will, that I have ever come across in a cricketer. You and I played together for the best part of 10 years, and I have very little memory of these games. And you just come out and can, not only can you say who was bowling, you would remember hitting your first 4, but I think inconsequential things. Where's all that come from?
I don't know, but I can't remember yesterday now. But I can still remember, you know, some of those things. And we got our own back on Bob Willis, didn't we? When we won the '84 Bensons. And
oh yes, we did. And you were out there at the end of that, weren't you? That was a fantastic day. It was our only success, wasn't it, for a period of time.
Yeah, you'd just become a dad, hadn't you?
I had the night before. Yeah. Ben was born on the Friday night. Yeah. And Bondi, bless his cotton socks, you all went down on a bus, I think, and he waited behind for me and brought me down in the car. Yeah. I didn't get to Lord's till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was late
in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, it was late.
That was a euphoric day. But we had some bad times in the 80s, didn't we? Really.
We weren't very good, were we?
No, we weren't. We kept losing games hand over fist.
You know, 80, 85.
85 was a bad year. Yeah. 86 was a bad year, apart from getting to the final at Lord's. Just before we go on with that, you've already mentioned Clive. Let's just talk a bit about overseas players at Lancashire. Clive was obviously an adopted Lancastrian and played for the county for 16, 17 years, maybe a bit longer.
Did he play that long?
Yeah, right. 68 to the mid-80s. Missed a couple of years when he was captain with the West Indies, of course, or playing with the West Indies. But we've been fortunate enough to have 2 of the very, very best in Clive and Wasim Akram. How much influence did those 2 guys have on you and the way you played the game?
Clive was, you know, he was left-handed. He was one of my heroes. So to share a changing room with him for 2 or 3 years was fantastic. Clearly, we didn't play like each other because he hit the ball
thunderously
hard.
Yeah.
But it was just, for a young lad to be in the changing room with the West Indies captain, you know, a heroic figure, was fantastic. I mean, that game, the final at Lord's in '86, he got a duck, if you remember.
First ball.
And he walked on and he walked off, and as he walked off, I was walking in. I remember having tears in my eyes as he was coming off, because, you know, it'd been built up into his final, hadn't it? It was his last games for us. And he got a massive ovation as he walked on. I think the only person in the ground that wasn't clapping him on was Imran Khan that day. And then I followed him in. So, you know, he was a massive idol. But
your demeanour was distinctly different, wasn't it? You were nervous as a kitten before you went into bat, and Clive would regularly be asleep on the floor in the dressing room.
absolutely. But with Was, I mean, Was joined us 88, and you know, he was a young lad. So we actually, in many respects, he played here to what, 98?
10 years. Yeah.
So in many respects, we almost grew up playing cricket here together. And you know, it was amazing watching him develop. He came over and he showed the group of bowlers straight away reverse swing, and that clearly helped. It helped us, I would say, immeasurably from an older pro down to the young lads like Ian Austin at the time, who all of a sudden began to understand what reverse swing was, and I think it set us apart from other teams for a little while.
Well, Wasim became fundamental in Lancashire's makeup, quite obviously. He was one of the finest cricketers that's ever walked. But you were fortunate, I think, in being able to play in two separate eras of Lancashire cricket. You played in that team that developed from 87 onwards, and we won a number of one-day trophies through 89, 90. We started in 88 with the Refuge Cup, didn't we? 88, 89, 90, 91, and then there was another incarnation of Lancashire which developed around the mid-90s.
Yeah, I mean, 86, I remember we didn't win a championship game till August because we weren't very good. And I remember Steve O'Shaughnessy grabbing a stump at Leicester and running off like we'd won the NatWest because we'd won a championship game. So that's where our standing was. Then in 87, David Hughes took over as captain, and then Alan Ormerod began to
manager stroke coach, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I was playing as well, but I've still to this day wonder what the difference was and what happened in 87 to make us. We were challenging for the championship. We came second. What was the difference there? What happened?
If you look at the stats, I would imagine that a third of the way through the season we were the same as 86. And then by hook or by crook we won a couple of games. Lads started getting a few runs and a few wickets, and then we got on a roll, and we won. I think we won the last 8 championship games to end up second. And I think Yozza and Alan started putting a bit of discipline into the changing room and a bit of structure on and off the field into the changing room. And then, you know, those lads that had played well in 87 carried on, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And from a personal level, did you start feeling comfortable in 87? Did you ever feel comfortable as a batsman? We know you're nervous. We know you spent time sitting in the back room in the loo and all that sort of stuff. That's just the way you were. But as soon as you walk down the steps, all gone.
Yeah, it was. I don't know why.
I never understood it. To be honest.
No. But you know, as soon as I crossed the white line, all the nerves and the worry went.
So did you start feeling comfortable there, or were you always uncomfortable during the build-up to a match or an innings?
Yeah,
or
I mean, nervous disposition, whatever you want to call it, and that never went away. You know, from the first day to the last here, that never went away. But you get more experienced as time goes on, and you learn to look after yourself, and you know your emotions, and you work from there, don't you?
I suppose so. Were the nerves worse, or was it just always the same, whether you were playing for England in a World Cup or whatever?
No, it was no different. Whether it was Grapnell under 21s or the World Cup final in '92, it was just the same. And when I walked on the field, it was just the same the other way. So
you've got a phenomenal record in terms of performance and longevity, really. You played in 3 World Cups. That World Cup final in '92, you were playing against one of your best mates in the game, in Wasim, and you very nearly got England over the line.
I mean, it was a...
Would that be one of the greatest and worst days of your cricketing?
Without doubt, without doubt. You know, at that point we played here for 5 years together, and we'd become great friends, as you say. And that day, we actually before knock-ups was lunch, and we actually sat opposite each other at lunch, and then we did our training, we went out, had a net, etc., etc. And then he threw me a few balls into the net. And then the game started. Obviously, he came in and got 50 when they were struggling, got them up to a good score. We were doing all right, and then he came back onto bowl. And we talked about him, you know, and I had to obviously talk about him and what do we do if it starts swinging. And all I could say was make sure you play with a full face. If you're trying to run anything down and it's swinging, it's
playing with half a bat at your peril.
Yeah. So it was full face, and Alan Lamb and I had got a partnership going. He came back on and he bowled 2 Jaffers in 2 balls, bowled around the wicket away swinger to Lammy, knocked his off pole over, and then he bowled a massive in swinger to Chris Lewis and bowled him. So his hat-trick ball was the first ball of the next over, and I was on strike. And he used to have different ways of presenting the ball, and he got to here, and I knew he was going to bowl me an in-swinger on the hat-trick ball. But it was that quick, and it swung that far that it basically hit me on the pad. It was just going down leg stump, and it hit me before I was ready to play it. And I looked up, and he was there, and we just smiled at each other. And that was his hat-trick ball in the World Cup final.
I mean, he was that performance alone sets him apart from most other cricketers. But he was phenomenal. You say he had different ways of presenting the ball. He had a bit of a bunch of flowers, didn't he? When he, you know, and sort of reversed his wrist.
Yeah.
But it all happened so quickly that you couldn't. I fielded at slip all the time, really. But everything happened so quickly. It was just on. The ball was on you. You'd been batting for an hour, and you said the ball. Why was that?
I don't know. I mean, that day when he ran in, you knew that people were in trouble. There were days when he'd not jogging, but he wouldn't be at full speed. But he had such a quick arm and shoulder action that he got it down and through rapidly. But that particular day, you watched footage of him running in during that little spell, and he was charging in. And I can we played on some hard, fast wickets, didn't we?
We did.
And I can remember you and Warren standing miles away when he was bowling.
Oh yeah, we were a good pitch length back, probably more.
More, I would say.
Yeah, 25 yards back.
Yeah, which was great. But,
I was hoping that Warren would dive in front of me.
He did a few times.
He did.
So to play with him and to play with Clive was great for all of us. You know, it was fantastic. But you say Clive became an adopted Lancastrian. Well, so did Was.
He did,
without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
And every time he comes back here, it's a joy to see him. And he's so well loved.
I think we've been very fortunate in Lancashire that we've had Clive Farouk as well alongside Clive, who still lives down the road. Wasim, every one of the long-serving and some of the shorter-serving overseas players has always seemed to regard this as home.
Yeah. I mean, back early in my time, Stephen Jeffries.
Oh yeah, Jeff.
Jeff, he was a great man, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
And he only had a couple of years with us, didn't he?
He wasn't dissimilar to Was when he got it right, was he? Left arm, swung it.
Yeah, he wasn't quite as wasn't quite as sharp, was he?
No.
And then I guess the other standout during my period, he wasn't here that long, was Murali.
Oh, true. Yeah.
And did Murali play 2 or 3 years? And he was another great man. Absolute cricket badger. Came to play for Lancashire, and knew what all the county players were, how they played. Incredible, the knowledge he had and what he was reading up on just county players. And his first 2 games, his first game for us was at Southport, and I think it was against Warwickshire. He got 16 wickets in the game, and we lost. And then we had 2 days off, and the second game he got 14 wickets, and we lost. So he got 30 wickets in 2 championship games, and the rest of us had done rock all.
It's interesting you say this. Lancashire was hugely successful from '88 till you finished 2002. Certainly in white ball or one-day cricket, as it was then. Why didn't we win the championship?
I don't know.
Because I mean, the size.
It wasn't. It actually wasn't for the lack of trying.
No.
It actually wasn't for the lack of trying. And we got close. You know, I think we were runners up 3 or 4 times. I never quite got over the line.
Well, yeah. I mean, you and I have probably puzzled over this for years. Not much point puzzling over it. We didn't get there.
No, it didn't happen.
We got close, and that was it. You also hold a record, couple of records actually. You've scored more runs on Old Trafford than any other cricketer. Do you know that?
I do know that.
Not first class, but
Yeah.
because you've played so many one-day games.
No, I do know that. And it's a nice little.
Is it ever?
It's a nice
phenomenal.
little thing, yeah. But we played on some good wickets. We had the best groundsman in the world. In Peter Marin.
And you had a very good relationship and friendship with Pete, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
You encouraged him, obviously, to make good flat batting pitches. I was looking at Glenn Chappell's record here, who played 20 years, obviously, and he was a fantastic bowler. And he averages 32 here.
Does he?
With the ball, which is high.
Yeah.
Everywhere else he's in the low 20s.
Yeah.
But they were phenomenal pitches, weren't they?
Yeah, but I mean, when Chappie started, 92? You know, that was in the midst of really good wickets. I mean, there were quick wickets, bouncy wickets, but there was no sideways movement.
No.
And once you'd got in, then it was great to play your shots. And I think that period was when we had those 2 different one-day teams. Or different teams, not one-day teams. So we had the team from, let's say, 88 when we won that Refuge Cup to 91.
Yeah.
And then we had a transition period. And then we came again in 95, 96, 97, 98. And then at the end of 98, Fred came along and was part of that 98 team. And then it went from there. So there were 2 distinct good periods during my time. And there was an overlap of 1 or 2 people.
Let's just move on slightly. And you've been involved in the game for 40 years. And you've just mentioned Fred, Andrew Flintoff, who you managed as well and played alongside. Who are the finest cricketers in that time, both when you were playing and subsequently, because you're fortunate enough to...
What, here? Or...?
No, I think generally. But I'll start with here. Who would you say, if you had to pick one player, and I'm not talking about an overseas player for here, a homegrown Lancashire player, who's the most influential, best player in that 40 years?
I think I have to mention 2 or 3, I think. Yeah. I think Mike Atherton was a fantastic batsman. So was John Crawley. I thought John was an unbelievable player. So if there's 2 Lancastrian batsmen, I think they're the 2 that just stand out. Skill-wise, Glenn Chappell as a quick bowler, not just because you sat here, as somebody that got absolutely the most out of their ability, gave everything that they could every day for the club. So I think you 2 as bowlers stand out. for longevity, Mike Watkinson played for 20 years as an all-rounder, and then latterly bowled some spin as well. So, you know, those are 5 names, and then you can't not mention Warren Hegg as well, who kept wicket for probably, I don't know, 16, 17 years for the club, and was one of the great Lancastrians.
Never saw him drop a catch.
Ever?
No, I didn't. But you must have dropped the odd one, but I never saw him. And we still keep producing players. I mean, as we're both well aware, there is a huge amount of talent around the northwest of England, and that we still produce right up to the present day. We now have Liam Livingstone and Saqib Mahmood and Matthew Parkinson. George Balderson is another one off. I won't call it a production line, but they're all destined, hopefully, to be top quality Lancashire players.
It shows that the club is set up reasonably well, doesn't it? And you know, I love coming down here now and watching these lads play, and I love 2020 cricket as well.
Yeah, I think you'd have been quite good at that, to be honest.
So I do love watching these lads play. 2020 cricket, just going back to that for a second, I remember there was an extraordinary AGM at Birmingham in, what year would that have been?
What, the PCA?
Yeah, and there was a vote on 2020 cricket, and every county cricketer in the country was in the room, and it was unbelievably split on would 2020 cricket work.
Well, it was treated as a joke, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was early on.
It was just, nobody was really interested. Thought it'll be a bit of a passing fad, and now look at it, look where we are.
Well, it's brought the game on in many respects.
Yeah. Talking about bringing the game on, where do you see the game going? I mean, red ball cricket in terms of Test cricket seems to be becoming concentrated really between England, Australia, India, and that's about it. The other countries, New Zealand, obviously world Test champions, but they, you know, they're in the process of demolishing South Africa. But where do you see red ball and white ball cricket? Is white ball cricket preeminent now?
I would say white ball cricket has certainly drawn up level with Test cricket. And, you know, we now have young pros who are being brought up on one-day cricket, really, aren't we? You know, back in our day, one-day cricket was very much underneath Championship cricket. Now it's certainly, I would say, drawn alongside, and if the governors of the game are not careful, it's going to take over completely.
You say that, and yet I remember our successes in one-day cricket and that instant hit of adrenaline and joy when you seem to outweigh the success and feelings that you had for red ball cricket.
Yeah, I mean, because we won, I think.
Yeah, probably.
We won, and you're right. You know, sat in the changing room after we'd won a close one-day game. It was fantastic, wasn't it? And we'd all be sharing a beer and whatever else. I think the satisfaction of getting I'm only talking from batsman's perspective, the satisfaction of getting 100 in Championship cricket was also immense. But so was the satisfaction of being in at the end to see your team home in a one-day game. And clearly, the grounds were full in those days for one-day cricket as well, weren't they? So, you know, we were playing to big crowds, which always gets the adrenaline going as well. And we certainly enjoyed our successes, didn't we?
We did. You've had a hugely successful career, both on and off the field. Do you have any regrets about your playing career? I would think you'd obviously want to have played more Test matches.
Yeah, you know, there's probably not many people that don't have the odd regret, is there?
No.
You know, there's not many. And clearly, I played in my mind, only 10 test matches, and would love to have done better, of course. But then you look at the whole thing and you think, when you were starting out, if you'd have played for 20 years and you'd have played 100 times for England, would you have been satisfied at the start? And of course the answer to that is yes. So I don't think there's much point regretting things. Much easier and happier to think back and look at the good things.
Neil, thanks very much for chatting to us, and wish you all the best in the coming years and your still long association with cricket.
Thank you.
Hi and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford with me, Paul Allott, for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I'm delighted to say that we have got the Managing Director of England Men's Cricket with us in the studio. It's a very warm welcome to Rob Key. Rob, great to see you. I didn't think I'd ever see you in this role, to be perfectly honest, having worked with you in various locations around the country, commentating for Sky. But here you are, and I must say that now we're into July, you've had a very interesting and successful start to your career, or your new career. What was it that finally made you take the role?
I did. Well, you didn't think I'd do this. If you'd have asked me this at Christmas time, I'd have thought, what are you talking about? There's no chance I'd be on the other side of the fence being an administrator. I mean, I love doing the job I had for Sky. I never thought in a million years. The only reason I thought I wouldn't be doing that is if I'd got sacked, to be honest, or I'd done something, or whatever had happened. So it was sort of after the Ashes, and you know what it's like, we used to do it all the time, and you're always sitting around because we love cricket. And we'd be in the back of the commentary box and be trying to work out, you know, oh, what would you do? You do this, or why don't we do this, or why don't they do that? And then it was sort of Strauss, he'd asked me if I would be interested in the role, and I sort of thought, yeah, I suppose so. But never really thought that anything would come of it. But the thing that I suppose was the defining factor in it all was that now I feel like you've got some skin in the game. Now I feel, when you're on TV, you're coming up with a lot of ideas, but really you might never know if they work or not. And you're never really sort of under pressure in that regard to see if your views have any meaning or if they're right. And what I felt is that on this side of the fence, you're going to be tested, it's going to be a challenge, but also you've got a chance to do some good for English cricket. And I suppose that was the overriding factor, really. It was just to see if I could do any good in the game, if I could actually help out on that side of it.
Was there a deep breath moment or a gulp when you actually realised, I am actually doing this job now, so now I've got to really perform and I've got to put those thoughts that I have into action, into practice?
I think when I was on the train that first day, because you know, working in TV again, there's a lot of time you're very, very busy. There's a lot of time when you're off as well. And then all of a sudden I thought, hang up, I'm going to be sort of flat out now. And I was on the train from Canterbury or Ashford to London on that first day, just after Easter, and I'd sort of said to Tom Harrison, yeah, I'll do it. I'll start on Tuesday. That was the Thursday I said I'd do it. So 4 or 5 days later, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing this now. And then you sort of go into Lords and you get in, right, this is how it all works. And there was no one really in because either they're hybrid working or people are on leave for Easter. And I remember thinking, do you know what? I've no idea what this job actually is. But the greatest thing, I suppose, is the position that England are in, where Ashley Giles, Chris Silverwood, Graham Thorpe were no longer there. There was no national selector. So it was very clear, actually. It didn't really matter. All the administrative side of stuff I didn't have to worry about at that point because I had to find coaches, find a captain, and then still we're looking for a selector, but I'll get round to that. So there was a very sort of clear focus on what I had to do. So it wasn't too bad.
No, and the best point, I suppose, or perhaps the worst point, depends how you look at it, was that you were starting, as you've said, with a clean slate, but you were starting with England at a very low position in red ball cricket. because they'd had a horrendous winter, as you've said, lost the higher ranking individuals, either had been removed before you came along, and you had no captain. So, from your point of view, the only way is up.
Well, and that was the same actually when we were interviewing coaches, because what we didn't do was say, right, we think you're going to be white ball, you're going to be red ball. We just sort of asked the field, you know, and people obviously applied for the job, and so.
Well, sorry for interrupting, but you say that now because it's pretty self-evident that's. But did you really, truly, and honestly go in with a completely open mind? And we'll talk specifically about Brendan McCullum, because he had no pedigree as a red ball coach. He didn't have much pedigree as a coach. He'd coached in T20 franchises. So you say that now, but really, did you honestly think, I'm going to walk out of this room and Brendan McCullum's going to be my red ball coach?
Well, very early on, I thought that Brendan McCullum was one of the front runners for me. You know, forget about what everyone else thought. I always thought Brendan McCullum, but even before I was doing this job, I always thought and I knew him a little bit, not a lot actually. We'd done a bit of commentary together, and I'd watched and I'd listened to the Cowdrey lecture and I'd watched what New Zealand did. And all you ever really want, I think, in anything, is you want people who are aligned to your philosophy and the way you think, and the way that you think the game should be played. And I was very clear on that, and that's what I wanted. And then you sit down and you interview, and there's loads of interviews we did with lots of different people, and you sort of work out who's most attuned to what you think. Because if you don't have that alignment in anything, then there's real trouble. I think that's where problems come. If you have a coach and captain who aren't aligned, if you have a managing director who's not aligned, if there's someone who has a different way of doing things, and that doesn't mean you can't challenge each other and have disagreements. That's not it at all. But your basic philosophy is the same. And that's what Brendan McCullum had. I had two choices, I saw it. I either had the England team in Test cricket needed someone who was going to be really tough on them, really hard, be like a drill sergeant, who was going to give no quarter, or they needed someone who was going to try and take the pressure off and try and get the best out of them in that way. Not by being soft on them, because actually Brendan McCullum takes no quarter at all. If there's anything that he's not happy with, then he's going to make sure he will pull those people up on it. But it was about how do you get the best out of these people, and that was my view. And that's when I spoke with Brendan, that's exactly how he saw it as well. And that was my sort of theory. I felt that England cricketers had a lot of people, when this is our culture, telling them what you can't do. Oh, I'll be careful of this. Don't do that. Oh, you can't do that. The problem is that's not particularly inspiring. And Brendan McCullum is the opposite of that. He sort of tries to broaden your horizons to what you can do.
So you had this debonair, dashing blueprint whirring around in your mind, thinking, this is really the way I want English red ball cricket to go. And Brendan McCullum was the man that sparked that for you? Or did you spark it and see him as being the ideal? Well, he can't be a catalyst, but innovator, if you like.
Well, yeah, he's the one. The only thing I would say, and that's why both of us, Brendan and myself, I'm against it at all, but we don't use the Bazball comment, because what it's not, to me, you said it there, it is not about just playing shots and being aggressive. It's actually, how do you get seriously talented cricketers to make the most? You just get out of their way a little bit and you try and free them up. In a world now where there are so many people telling you what you can't do, whether that's in whatever you do, whether you're in politics or anything, and it's in our culture a bit, where I found it actually really fascinating. So we played against New Zealand in a manner, in a style, which actually Joe Root wasn't slogging. Johnny Bairstow, people, they haven't been slogging in that regard.
You could have lost a couple of those games just as easily as you've ended up winning them.
Absolutely.
Let's be realistic about it.
Absolutely, but it's not about just going out there and being ultra aggressive. And what I found really interesting was that, so we won against New Zealand, and then straight away I was like, yeah, but that won't work against India. And it won't work against.
Who was telling you that?
No, in the media. You saw Read and everything, you know. And but that's what I think we do. That's
they're
what I do.
They're going to get their comeuppance. It's all going to go wrong.
Which there's every chance that might happen. But why are we getting so far ahead of ourselves? Let's concentrate and focus on what we can control now, today. which is very much Brendan and Stokes' thing. It's like, let's go out and entertain people today, not worry about the future. And it's the same thing, you know, we've got our plans in mind, and there's a hell of a lot of thought that goes into what these guys have done. And it's the same thing, you know, and then it's like, we beat India, and it's like, now it's, yeah, but this won't work against Australia. And it's like, no, okay, it might not, but we're not, that's not an inspiring message to give. That's fine for everyone else to be talking about that. But in our dressing room, we've got to be talking about what people can do, how you can succeed, what is possible, not living in this world that we do a bit of, oh yeah, but you can't do this. Yeah, but you can't hit on the up. You can't do that to so-and-so. It's like, all right, guys, yeah, we know that.
Excuse the pun then. What is the key to exploring this self-expression for the players? Because it's the same players that were played through the winter in a completely different environment, obviously, but they've been allowed to come out and express themselves. How have you managed to turn that?
Well, what I would say is that's my theory. How Brendan and Stokesy have done it really is the key, and it's little things. It's how do you give people confidence? The game, as you know, as everyone who's played any sport knows, we're different players when we're confident. You know, look at the white ball side here. We've had a tough time against tough oppositions, you know, but they're just lacking that little bit of confidence. But that will come back, and they'll fly again because there's some seriously good players in that. And I watched, like, so it's the language and the terminology that's used in the dressing room from them. It's not a negative, you know, oh, be careful of this, watch out for that, don't do this on here. And it's little things, really, like Alex Lees, for example, who had played fairly in a stodgy manner in the Caribbean. And he got 20-odd in the second innings at Lord's. And Joe Root had played brilliantly. Joe Root had won the game with a fantastic 100. You know, and a game that was in the balance, and Ben Folkes had played really well. So it was obvious that those guys had been the standouts. But Stokes, he sort of made a real point with Alex Lees in the dressing room afterwards, and just like, Alex, the way you went and played there, that intent you showed, that's what we want. That's the best I've ever seen you play for England. So they're giving full clarity on how they want someone to play, which actually, if you look at it, at times when I was playing, we lived in a world where coaches were constantly saying, don't play that shot. You know, if you look to leave, you know, just don't play outside off stump, just leave that ball. But when you do that, the best way, as we all know, to do it is to think positively about it, to look to score and then leave. And it's that sort of thing that they've been talking about. And the same with Johnny, who actually had played a big shot at Lord's in the second innings. He came out playing, shot a ball, and he got out, sort of drove a couple, then he went once more and he got bowled. Now, a lot of people would have actually said, what are you doing there? That was the last ball of his spell. Switch on. You know, why don't you think about that? Why did you do that? Don't do that again. Whereas actually what they did, they turned and said, the way you played there, that's what we're about. There's more of that. So whether they thought that was the right thing he did there or not, but actually the next time, how much more confidence do you feel with that? And it's those things. And the same with the ball to Jimmy Brody. It's not being about, like, if we look to keep the scoreboard under control and we look to, you know, if we don't let the batsman score, then we'll get wickets. Actually, it's very simple, their thing is, it's like we look to take wickets with the ball. And you have to, and Brendan sort of says everything better than me, but it's like you have to be malleable enough to change the plan when the team requires it, you know, and do what Ben's asking as the captain and what the team wants you to do. And they've loved it because actually it's like taking away some of the fear of going for a few runs. But you can still, with that, you look to take wickets, but you also still look to stop them scoring. It's just not your primary objective. So you're giving everyone more options. And there's something in it for everyone. It does not mean that if you're a less aggressive player that there's not a place for you in this team. No, that's not the case. This might hopefully just bring more out of you because it's just freeing you where you're not living in this world of don't do this.
It's very clear that there's an awful lot of enthusiasm from within you, which obviously transfers through to your lieutenants, and I use that term not as an insult, but and I think whatever else you've done and you've transformed, I'm saying you, but there has been a transformation in the way Test cricket has been played. It sent out a message not only to England but to the rest of the world about the way the game is played, and it's captured the imagination of the cricket watching and the sports watching public. That must gratify you.
Yeah, I've loved that fact, but that's all down to Ben and the way that, and Brendan in particular, because it's little things to me. Sport is not just about winning. I know we sort of tell our kids, and I get really annoyed when people sort of say, no, it's the taking part. No, I'm not saying that at all. But actually there is a style and a way. This is meant to be entertainment. You know, most people aren't fortunate enough to be professional cricketers. They've got proper jobs, real lives, real struggles, and actually cricket's the thing they want to watch to get away from that. You know, it's the escape, and we're in a, well, these guys playing for England are in a privileged position to be able to try and entertain them. So when you go to Trent Bridge, and I wouldn't have done it, you know, because even I don't think like that, but what Brendan said at tea about, on that last day, about we're going, what do they need, 160 or something?
Yeah,
I was in Holland,
tonight.
actually.
Was that it?
No, it was the last day at Trent Bridge. When
Oh,
the game was in the balance. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes were in, and there were 160 needed. What's that? Probably 6 wickets left. And at tea, most of us, as you would know, in the dressing room as a captain, we're like, let's just have a look here, lads. You know, let's just see what's going on.
Yeah.
Whereas Brendan and Ben were like, we're winning this game. And and I don't know exactly, but Brendan was like, I'll take responsibility. If we don't win this, I'll take responsibility. I don't care what you know, it's on me, whatever. We're going out to win this no matter what. You know, and that clarity, and then Johnny goes out and plays the way he did. Now, when you look back on that, with a packed house on the last day at Trent Bridge, the only thing that we couldn't have done there was, the only thing that was the wrong thing to do with hindsight was to block out for the draw. I think we would have got more respect and more belief almost from the fans, the crowds, in the way that we went and played that game and the fact we gave it a go. And if it hadn't worked, I still think people would have been proud actually of what they tried to do. The fact we actually went and won it and Johnny played that unbelievable innings and Ben did, it then sort of captured the imagination even more. But that's what this is, you know, you and I have done it. This is not life and death, you know, and yet we treat it at times in professional sport like it's a proper job, and it's not. It's like, this is the best time of your life as a 20 plus something. Make the most of it.
Let's just take it down a level, because the message is very clear, I think, that we now want and expect county cricket, red ball cricket, to follow and think about, or certainly think about and hopefully follow, the example that's been set in the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, we're doing this for Lancashire TV, so there's an awful lot of county supporters watching this. How is this going to impact on the counties, and in terms of play, but also, and we'll come on to this perhaps in a little bit more detail in a minute, about the impact that England has on county cricket. Let's do the first bit first, about the way we play. And you have been, I'm not sure critical is the right word, you have been realistic about in your comments about county cricket and the pitches we play on. And of course, being here at Emirates Old Trafford, we tend to look at this in shock and horror, because we are pleased to have one of the best grounds in the world here. And the pitches are good, and you would know that. And if every county pitch was like this, I don't think you'd have a complaint. But so how is this going to transform English county cricket as well? How's it going to affect county cricket?
Well, similar. I mean, that again, because people would say, why is it important? Surely it's just important about winning. Yeah, okay. Why do you need a brand? Why do you need a style of play or whatever? But it's actually, it's like, well, if you look at what the white ball team did, it wasn't about winning the World Cup. What Owen Morgan did and Trevor Bayliss was that they changed the way, a mentality as much as anything, for our white ball game. And now you look at probably every county, every club, that way of playing has filtered down. So now we have so many batsmen coming through that play in that method. You know, these young players, now you could argue it's an easier way to go about things in white ball cricket, and it's not quite as straightforward in Test cricket, which is true. So you hope it has a knock-on effect, that it inspires a few people to want to play the longest form, and actually that there is a way that, you know, Test cricket or the longer form of cricket does not mean you have to defend your wicket like it's your life, is the thing. Whether it does, we'll wait and see. But you're absolutely right. Then the other part of that is other things that it's not quite under me, but it's in my sort of remit, but it's something that I have an influence in, I'd like to think, is things like pitches. And to be fair, this year the pitches have all seemed better. And that's a big thing. And you're absolutely right. Here is probably one of the best, if not the best, wickets in the country because of one thing, really. It's got pace and bounce. You know, and it's not with pace and bounce because it's left so much grass on it that it goes everywhere. And that, the reason why I think it's so important, because you find out who the best bowlers are, because you've got to be a proper bowler to bowl on that surface. If you're a spinner, you're going to get a bit out of it, but it's not going to be ridiculous. You're going to have to earn your time. And if you're a batsman, you're going to have to bat well to score runs on it. And that, then, when you look at this year where the wickets have been better, whether it's the ball or whatever have you, look at Potts. But it's a good decision getting Potts. And, you know, he plays with Stokes, so that's lucky.
We've seen him for a while.
Correct.
You and I. We've seen him play county cricket for 3-4 years.
Correct.
And he's been not a total standout, but he's somebody you tick.
But also, because he's done it at a time when it's really tough to be a bowler, this year when no one else was getting wickets, he's learned. All that means is to be successful, you have to be more accurate. You have to do something with the ball, you know, and then it's an easy selection because he's getting 7-footers, and we've seen him, and Mo Bobat, who's the performance director, has seen him from under-19 cricket. So there's this whole pathway in place, and then because he's played in the right conditions, his game leaps forward. And it's the same. There's been so many players like that. I mean, we picked the white ball squads. You got, I mean, like Gleeson.
That's been miraculous the way he's come back into the game. He's hardly bowled a ball for 2 years. And he bowls 93 mile an hour guns now.
I know, and then you must be frustrated as ex-director of cricket thinking, oh, if only we'd had him for 2 years. But that's the investment that you guys have put in that's now going to benefit English cricket. Fingers crossed. But that's, you know, he's learning in conditions that, you know, it's like when they played it, that was great. He did it against India and that batting lineup. On those conditions, it's like, you know...
He's got himself an IPL contract now, hasn't he? Well, it'll be close anyway.
But you know what I mean? Like, if you do that, you've got to feel, you've got to feel 10 foot tall.
I agree. It's a good point you make about promoting players or developing players to play international cricket. That is what counties are for, generally. Yeah. It's one of it should be one of their highest aims, to produce the best quality cricketers that they can do. And then obviously there's a natural progression from county cricket into the international. The biggest frustration that supporters and counties have, I think, is that there appears to be, or has appeared to be, a lack of empathy with the counties from England. A particular case in point, the T20 competition that's just gone by, which is a good competition, and from my mind should be promoted a little bit more than it is. But we had a great set of quarterfinals, semi-final, final, all without the England players. There were 1 or 2 released, grant you that. But would that be a frustration for you that you can't release more? And is that something you might be looking to address?
That's something, again, with the schedule this year, that has been a frustration, really, because generally, and what we've tried to do is release people as much as we can. So throughout those quarterfinals, I was constantly talking to the coaches, who were very good as well. We said, we don't want people sitting on the bench, which is a massive bonus this year from COVID times, when actually everyone had to stay there. You know, and a lot of the time, people are still living in this COVID where, you know, with the way that people did things back then, businesses and stuff like that, you don't have to keep people around. So what we've tried to do as much as we can is release people to play for their counties. You know, and the problem's been when there's been a game the next day or something. And to the point even where we've said to them, I say, right, okay, we've got 3 ODIs, for example, coming up. Do you think that you're going to play every bowler? Is it realistic that every seamer is going to play every game? And we'd say, generally, you say, well, no, there's a chance that one might need to be rested here or there. I said, right, okay, let's try and make it so that if you're going to rest, let's say, I think it might be David Willey at some point, he's got finals day on the Saturday. Let's rest him for that Sunday, so then he can go and do that. So we've tried as much as we can to do that, and what we're trying to do is make sure that in so many instances, the schedule's a schedule at the moment. That's something I've got to. That's not what we necessarily do, but
you'll have an influence over it, though.
Well, you hope so. Yes, going forward.
Yeah.
And this year's been particularly tough because we had that India test match that was a make-up test from this one. We've got to go to Holland because we didn't go during COVID time. So you hope that we can get that better in the future. But generally, you know, we sort of have tried as much as we can. And what we want to do, actually, and we're trying to do, is when we have the conversations about the various players, whether it's centrally contracted ones, which Lancashire have a lot, what we're trying to do is actually work with the counties. So actually to sit round together with Chile, Chappie, the S&Cs, the physios, the people on our side, and actually say, well, what do we all think is best for this player? You know, what do we all think is best for Joss Butler or whoever, Liam Livingston, whoever it is, and then come up with something that works so that we can give some ownership back to the counties to say, you know, you guys, you producing these players, keep going with it. How can we help rather than us telling you what to do all the time?
That's really good, and what I would have hoped you would do and expect from you. Let's just talk a little bit about the structure. There's going to be a review, or there's an ongoing review. The structure is a thing that frustrates not only players and administrators, and probably you and me, but also member supporters. Would you consider, and are you considering, reducing the number of county games, which I think would be a good thing, and reducing the red ball games perhaps to a division of 12 and 6, and have 11 games in the first division, and then for the white ball T20 just reduce that a little bit, and 50 over, and that may be your most contentious area, given one or two comments that have been passed over the last couple of weeks. Wasim Akram said it's probably on its way out. We all thought about that actually in 2015 when the competition was in Australia, and Brendan McCullum, no less, resurrected the way to play 50 over cricket. So no, we're going back a bit now, 7 years. Anyway, so in terms of the domestic structure, for me it has to change, and it has to be streamlined, and there has to be more time made. Now, you can't make time, so what you do, you take games out of it to create time. Or have I answered your question?
No, I think you've answered your own question. No, what it is, there's two things. That the high performance review is not just a domestic structure review. And at the moment, where there's lots that you've got the first class counties chairman, you've got the CEOs, you've got various different groups that we're all sort of getting. We're canvassing opinions really to try and work out what everyone who's got a stake in the game really thinks the best thing to do is. So we're not at the point where we're saying you're going to reduce games, you're going to have more games, less games or anything. We're at the point now where we're trying to, because what we want to really do is take the game with us with this, rather than actually just do it to the game, just say, right, this is what's happening, this is what you're going to do. So whether it is less games, more games, whether it's whatever, that part is what's being thrown around at the moment, trying to work out the best way, along with so much of what is high performance. So how can we help to make more pitches like Old Trafford? How can you help under-19 cricket? All these things are getting thrown into the mix. And at some point over the next month or two, we'll start firming up some ideas. But lots of suggestions are in the melting pot at the moment. And I genuinely, I'm not trying to hide anything, I couldn't tell you how it's going to end up. There's lots of different ideas, but as you know as well, it's incredibly tough to work out exactly the best way for everyone. But I also think there's part of it that's got to be how can the England team and the England setup help county cricket as well, not actually it's county cricket's job to help us all the time. So I don't know where that's going to end up at the moment, but that's all the things you've spoken about are in the melting pot.
Let's just move on quickly to white ball cricket. You've had a wonderful, I can't say honeymoon period, that's rubbish, but you've had a great start to your red ball performances. White ball's been difficult and is probably destined to get a little bit more difficult before it gets better, because you've got new personnel in. Matthew Mott's come in, He's lost his captain. You've lost your talismanic all-rounder in Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one for you because you were obviously charged, or you thought that red ball cricket
would be the easy one,
and the white ball will just take care of itself. Ain't working that way at the moment, is it?
No, but the one thing I would say about that is that one, I didn't know that Owen Morgan was going to, but Morgs never gave me a guarantee that he was going to do it. And I always felt that he would do what he felt was right, not for him, for English cricket actually. So, you know, Joss has come in, who I think is an outstanding captain, and from dealing with him, he's been fantastic. They've just played against a very, very good side in India, where the ball did actually more than they were expecting. You know, the injuries to our bowlers hasn't hit us in Test cricket at all because we've got Anderson Broad and then Potts has come about, so we've not really felt it at all. And we felt it a bit more in white ball cricket, and the batsmen haven't quite been at their best. And a lot of that could be down, the pitch at the Oval had a bit more in it, all those things, you know, there's probably lots of different factors. But when I look at teams, what concerns me more is when you don't have the resource, i.e. you don't have the cattle, you don't have the players. But I look at our batting line-up at Bairstow, you know, you've got Bairstow, Roy, Joe Root, whoever these people are, Josh Butler, Liam Livingstone, Salt. There's all these guys. You've got Brooke knocking around. You've got so many to choose from. They'll find form at some point. So I'm quite pleased. I'd much rather we'd played against like a team like that Indian team. And we'd have seen the Gleesons and the people, and Chris Jordan bowled well, Topley bowled well. We started to find out about people properly against a good side, rather than playing someone or a team that were nowhere near as good as us, and we just blitzed through them and we wouldn't learn anything. So I've been quite pleased actually that we're in this period of play. And I also think, you know, people forget, you know, Joss, Matthew Mott, you're quite right. It's going to take them a little bit of time to make it their team and find their rhythm. People forget, you know, Morgs captain England in the World Cup in 2015 as well, and it took him a little while to find his voice and the way that he wanted people to go about it. I think Joss will find that quickly, and it won't take long before they start taking it to another level. There's two seriously good people there with Joss and Matthew Mott. So I'm actually, you know, I think we're in a better place in white ball cricket now than we were at the start of this competition because of some of these bowlers coming through. You know, and then you add to that into the mix, like you got Wokes, Archer, Wood, all these guys, and you think, hang up, you know, this is looking pretty good. We've got more options now than we did.
You've mentioned about 20 players there, which brings me to my next point, selection.
Yeah.
Because you haven't, I want to say haven't addressed it, you probably haven't needed to so far, but there is going to come a point where you're going to have to think about how you structure your selection and who is going to do that and what sort of format it's going to take, how many people, etc.
Yeah.
Are you basically in charge of that at the moment, doing it off your own bat?
Yeah, so I'm effectively the head selector. And what we do is with each team at the moment, so you've got Ben, Brendan, myself as the vote, as it were. Because what I like, I can't bear wasting time. So it's like if you all sit around and go, I want him, I want him, I want him, and you go, okay, we've all debated this for long enough. Who you having, who you having, who you having? Vote's done, then we move on. And there's been times actually where we haven't always agreed, and it's worked, it works well. And then you see where I'm very lucky, and I couldn't do this job, the performance director, who's been there for a while actually,
Mo
Bobat, who's an unsung hero actually of English cricket, who has done so much work behind the scenes, never really got any credit for it, from right back to working with Straussy when they set up this plan for England in white ball cricket, all of that. And Mo's fantastic, and he's on that panel. David Court as well, who's in charge of player ID. You've got a whole scouting network of people. I've got a good, you know, whether it's like contacts book in my phone, you know, I can speak to people, whether it's you, whether it's Bumble, whether it's Athnas, anyone around. I could speak to players about, you know, that I still know and say, what's it like facing Potts? So we've got this huge network of people. So it's not about like a head selector. It's someone who's going to actually facilitate that process, deal with the media, all those things. Because, you know, if I want to know about pathway cricket or the next best coming through, Mo, David Court,
you've got people
every scout
they have people around you.
We've got great people, which I think is leadership actually. One thing I think I've got to be, I don't know how to really do emails properly. I don't know how to do a lot of stuff, But what I do think, I'd like to think I'm a decent judge of character and a person, and I just make sure I've got good people around me that can challenge me and make good decisions. And Mo's certainly been brilliant. The two of us have worked very well together, and that's really helped me. And a lot of the decisions have been joint in that regard. So the head selector, or selector, however we slice it up, you know, is about the person that fits into that group. You know, the person that can help facilitate that, to be present at county games, to, you know, make sure that they're on tour at times, you know. So you're just keeping the process in check when I can't necessarily. So I can't tell you exactly where I'm at with it. We need someone, whether it's where exactly they fit into that is a different thing.
All in the fullness of time. Just to wrap this up, it's quite obvious from the way we've talked and the time we've taken, which time has flown, that you're hugely enthusiastic about English cricket, international cricket in all its forms, developmental cricket. How important is county cricket to you, the county system and the counties that provide all these players?
Well, you see, people at times when I was working for Sky, probably because I had to go at pitches or stuff like that, felt if I was anti, but actually this is where I'm from. I know more about, or I've got more of an affiliation to county cricket than a lot of people. I didn't play a huge amount of international cricket, but I also see the potential for county cricket. When I got into this job, you know, and people, I said, you know, I remember people asking me about, well, will you be able to do this? Will you be able to do that? I said, I've got a downer on English cricket like a lot. It seems like a lot of people. I'm so optimistic about things. I look at the players that are coming through the county system. You know, as I said, there's so many good players coming through. I think it's hugely important, you know, because without that, you haven't got an England team, really. So I'm incredibly optimistic, incredibly positive about county cricket and what it can provide.
Well, I think after this chat, there'll be an awful lot of people in the cricketing world hoping that you'll safeguard, do as much as you can to safeguard the county cricket structure. Well, the structure will change, but the county cricket players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that generally, you know, we're that close in English cricket to having everything, to being really good at Test cricket, to being really good at white ball cricket as well. You know, and we're not far away. A little change of mentality here and there, and we're getting one step closer. And there's going to be a real rocky road ahead at times, I'd imagine, with this England team. And you know, it's not always going to be where they're winning and stuff like that. But as long as we keep that mentality right throughout English cricket, I think we've got a good chance.
Rob, thanks very much. You've started brilliantly as Managing Director of Men's Cricket. Let's hope it continues for many, many years to come. Thanks for being here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Cheers, Will.
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left-arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you, Walt.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back to Manchester?
Of course it does. When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was there about 3 years ago, when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel. Yeah. But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November. Okay. So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allett, Michael Watkinson, and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players. Haha.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came come to Lancashire in the first place? Because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88.
Yeah.
You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in '86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnup Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side. And it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was '87 we were touring. So just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River, on a ship.
The Tyne, the River Tyne.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was all yours.
And then, yes, coming back to your question, '87, I think, or '88, '87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I've worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire, county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11 and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And did you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in '87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bennett at the time, Lancashire, a think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, you know, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and you in turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes,
for
probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, you know, Western culture, and they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham. That hotel on the 1st floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture.
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I arrived, walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I think, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room, and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen, I've been changing for 15 years.
I think it was me.
Well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, no, probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary, because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
It was a camp
of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, you know, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they, you know, said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp, and I remember first 4 days there were 100 kids. And including Ramesh Raja, who played a test cricket then, 1 test, and Mohsin Kamal, another test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commander, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3 or 4 batters to go, he gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late test cricketer. And then the next day he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost everyone.
To the right-hander?
To the right-hander.
Good ball from a left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, you know, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground. So one side was our camp and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, you want to bowl at Javed Miandad? I said, what? Javed Miandad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to.
Well, one of the best Pakistan batsmen ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
In the world. So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days and he got impressed by me, and then New Zealand was touring Pakistan. And suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team, first 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family. Javed Miandad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these tests, Ramiz Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would well, it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18?
I was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to even bother about it.
I was too young to even bother about it. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reed, Jeremy Coney, the big names there, you know, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time.
Yeah.
So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning, 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. But I mean, were you quick, and presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this very quick arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani flat,
no bounce,
no grass, no bounce. But I've got, I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip. And then from there onwards, just everybody walked in, I would just start bowling full, and everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And yeah, and you didn't have time to worry about it,
no.
Presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural, raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that? Or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Miandad, and then Mudassar Nazar, who still lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah.
Well-travelled person in India. Yeah, well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then that was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan were in the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, you know, telling every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally?
Yes.
Or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. You know, those were the trades I've learned from him, Miandad, Mudassar, that, you know, talent can stay for 2-3 years, and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in '88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in '89, I became the #1 player in the world. That won 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, travelling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, our captain, Yoza.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I helped you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah, I
Tunbridge
remember.
Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well, Tunbridge Wells. Don't want to play there anymore.
No.
I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they would put me in this hotel. It's still there on our Trafford Hotel. Just
down the road. Yeah.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah,
didn't
so
he?
they gave me a
No,
room
I don't
there.
think it's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the time.
It was okay. So I went. So we went to play away games. We were away for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. They came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, "Where are my clothes?" They said, "We checked you out. I thought you were not coming back." So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, "I'll help you with your accounts and all." I said, ask Lancashire. He said, "You buy a house." I said, "Buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money." "What do you mean buy a house?" He said, "Get a mortgage." I said, "What's mortgage?" Then he explained, you have 6-year contract. So Lancashire gave me 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract.
Yeah.
So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket, being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket you
You
can't
can sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But
and
you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because there was no, there was cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative
Instrumental,
years.
yes.
Because you're such a pioneer and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day internationals. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl this outswing, then suddenly the ball is going towards leg side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes at nets.
Yes.
And you got me, Paul got me on the side and said, Waz, listen, I know you're young. There's 6 months to go. So just take it easy.
Because you used to roar in, didn't you? In the nets. Nobody wanted to face you in the nets because you were unplayable.
But I think nowadays, obviously, mindset has changed. The more you bowl, a lot of youngsters ask me, how should I increase my pace? What to do? It's a very simple answer. The more you bowl, the quicker you'll become, because your bowling muscle gets strong. And bowling muscle is not just one particular muscle, it's everything in your body. And I think nowadays you bowl 8 deliveries and say 12 deliveries, say, okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you very much. So probably cricket is too much, but mindset has changed over the years, sure.
But reverse swing didn't just happen.
No,
you must have developed this in line with Waqar probably.
Waqar came a little later.
Imran was the
Mudassar
one.
and Imran.
Yeah.
They were the one who actually taught me how to reverse swing.
And I remember you being absolutely paranoid about keeping the ball dry when we were out there.
The rough side.
Just keep it dry.
Keep it dry.
Don't
not
spit
shine.
on it. Don't put sweat on it.
Especially the rough side.
Yeah.
And I remember our spinner, very good spinner, Gary Yates.
Yes.
He used to bowl like this.
Yes, he did.
And I had to go at him 3-4 times. I said, you better change your habit, buddy. Because the rough side, if it gets soft, then it won't reverse. So rough side has to be rough and shiny side has to be shiny.
And we had at Lancashire, we had a wonderful 10 years when you were 88
incredible.
to 98. We won all those one-day games. And you were actually a constant in that team, but there were actually two teams because the old guard, like myself, Graham Fowler, Guillaume Mendes, moved on in about 91, 92.
Yes.
And then you had another crop of lads with the Athertons and the Fairbrother was there as well. Crawley.
Peter Marin came in.
Chappell,
Peter Martin came in. Chappie came in a little later. Then Bumble, Junior Bumble. Ian Austin, the great man.
Yeah.
What a performer he had been for Lancashire in shorter format.
Who was the guys that stuck out most for you in Lancashire? Who were the guys that you really either admired or got on with or whatever?
I mean, you guys were seniors. I had always admired you as a senior players. But of course, Harvey Neil Fairbrother is a very good friend of mine. Still, we are in touch. Ian Austin I was very close to. Yeah. I believe he's got a bar now in wherever he's living. Beautiful wine bar.
I think he has.
Yeah, and he's a granddad.
He is, and he sells beer as well.
Oh,
on top
brilliant.
Of that, which he was always destined to do.
Destined to do, absolutely. No, but everyone, I mean, it's difficult to name any, but everyone was so helpful. Yeah. And it was fun for me to coming to Lancashire. It was like coming back home, no political thing, no politics in cricket. You come, you play, you go home, you have a good laugh, and the next day you start again.
You said earlier on, right at the start of this was your happiest time.
Yeah.
When you were here, when you were playing here, you probably felt the pressure was off a little bit and you enjoyed playing in county cricket. But surely winning the World Cup in '92 must have been the pinnacle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think for every sportsman is basically idea is to represent your country's team in a World Cup and then winning it. And then, of course, being man of the match, and that too against the mighty England side at the time. They were the most experienced team in the world as far as one-day cricket concerned. But yeah, that was one of the best moments, in fact, the best moment of my life.
What did it feel like? Because there was this aura about you. I remember standing next to Warren Hegg at Slip. Warren was
Chucky's name.
Yeah, Warren keeping wicket to you, and he must have been one of the best keepers you ever bowled.
Absolutely.
I can't remember him dropping a catch off you.
No,
and
very rare.
You bowled 90 miles an hour and swung it and hooped it round.
He was
corners.
one of the best keepers, I think, who kept on my bowling. He was phenomenal and a great guy as well off the field.
Yeah,
still, he's very helpful, very easygoing, hard worker.
But getting back to you, you had this aura about you, and I know, standing at Slip, 20 yards back, watching you run in, there was a fear and a trepidation in the batsmen facing you because they didn't know whether you were going to hit them on the toe or on the nose.
On the nose. I think that's what I've learned in county cricket. That's why the experience matters. Playing under different condition matters, and every ground is different in England. Weather is always nice. It's not, I mean, if it's 26 degrees in England, you say it's a heat wave. No, it's not. Heat wave is in Pakistan. Right now it's 41 degrees. Yeah. So that also helped. And remember, we used to have a playing deck as well. And the next deck, next pitch, each side used to be dry as well without the grass. That boys can throw one bounce as well because the reverse swing. So that helped a lot as well. I think even in my book is coming out in November, the Lancashire stories are quite funny and memorable and happy times.
Brian Lara, Ricky Ponting and Viv Richards have all gone on record to say that you were the best bowler they ever faced.
Wow.
That's pretty serious.
That's huge, coming from the greats of the game.
Yeah.
And I think it was because of my quick arm action maybe. And
you were very difficult to pick up.
Yeah.
You had this scampering run.
And I learned
quick run.
And I learned things as well. I was the only left-hander who went around the wicket, if you remember.
Well, you started this.
Yeah, I started this trend.
You did.
And I used to run. From behind the umpire. I said, why not?
And then leap out.
Yeah, nowadays I see bowlers, even T20 format, they're getting hammered every ball. They don't change anything.
No.
So as a bowler, what's my job is to create a doubt in batsman's mind. If things are not going well, just have your run up diagonal. Just bowl the same delivery you want to, but do something different.
But you were capable of bowling round the wicket and swinging the ball away from the right hand.
Yeah.
Very difficult thing to do as a left-arm bowler.
I think both of these guys. Yeah, I mean, nowadays, Shaheen Afridi.
Yes.
And then Mitchell Stark.
Yes.
Trent Bolt.
Yes, yes.
These
You were
guys
the
are very
pioneer.
good. Yeah, I started bowling around the wicket, different angle altogether. And as a right-hander batsman, if I'm bowling around the wicket, if you're batting, you have to, with the angle, you think ball's going to come in.
Yeah.
And if it just goes across a bit, every chance to take an edge.
Waz, we could talk for hours, and hopefully you'll come back and we'll do part 2 of this
Sure.
at some point. But
Sure.
just before we go, I talked about the batters who said you were the best. Who was the hardest batsman to bowl at?
You see, I played against great Viv Richards, Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar, Alan Border, Graham Gooch, Mike Gatting, Alex Stewart. These are the big names. But I think one of the best was who played against me and Bakar against reverse swing was Martin Crowe. He always played us on a front foot. At 93 series, he got 200s out of 3 test matches. Pakistan won 3-0. I got 16 wickets in 2 games. I got injured. Bakar got 30 wickets in 3 test matches. And he got 200s. And then I think in England, who really played both of us well with the new ball was Alex Stewart. Because he realized I have to attack. I can't just block and wait for the semi-new ball. By the time it'll be too late. So yeah, he was also quite difficult, especially. And in one-day cricket, I suppose Brian Lara and all these guys were there, but Gilchrist was the most difficult, especially when there were no bounces.
Waz, it's been fantastic to talk to you. And I hope that you'll come back and talk to us again. You're going to keep coming back to Emirates Old Trafford? And
Absolutely, any time. I mean, I'm 20 minutes away. Every summer I'm here for a month and a half with my family. My boys are 23 and 21, 24 and 21. They were born here in Wythenshawe Hospital. So they love coming here. They have a lot of memories of their mother as well. So yeah, love coming back, enjoying the weather, enjoying my little town, little Altrincham town. Just walk around, Dunham Massey. Just love it.
Beautiful. Well, we love having you back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you've done for Lancashire and keep coming back.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
It's really important, really, to not be afraid to take those opportunities and go as far as you can with those opportunities. And I think what for us is really important is that we get to do that for Lancashire cricket. And the beauty of what Lancashire cricket do is they understand the importance of cricket in India, and they understand the importance of that cricket fan that doesn't just live in India but is Indian. What's important for us as Badger and Coombs is to support that for Lancashire cricket as well. And I think what we're very proud of is that we don't just press buttons, we don't just put up cameras, we understand the technical, digital, creative opportunities that we can use with that kit to heighten the brand for Lancashire cricket in India. But because we've got such a good team in Mr. Singh and his lads, it's been an absolute breeze for us. And sharing that culture with them here and that experience here in Bangalore with them has been brilliant.
We've been very tired, and we've all worked really hard to get the best out of what we've been trying to work on here. The opportunity that's come with this project, it has honestly been such a great experience, an opportunity to be able to work on and engineer a production like this to this scale and this calibre. It's crazy to think that it's something that I've done.
Everyone's been great, everyone's smiley, even at an unearthly hour that we all get here, and especially the Badger and Coombs team who do far more than I do. I just wander in here and chat about the cricket. Everybody behind the scenes is putting in the work and the skill to get this broadcast to what it is. So yeah, as ever, there's lots of smiley faces behind the scenes, which makes it a pleasure to come in and work.
This is a big deal for Badgers because it's a huge scale production.
A lot of work has gone in over the last couple of weeks working with Colin and the team at Badger and Coombs, and so yeah, there's been quite a lot of hard days, sleepless nights trying to get everything sorted.
And this is quite pioneering from the production company Badger and Coombs, and they are a very, very professional outfit. Take it from me, I've worked with all of them.
Over in Bangalore, there's been 5 days of games. We've had a double-header T20, a 50-over women's match, and a 3-day men's game.
Pre-season tours have traditionally been very difficult for fans to access. But now, by being able to see the matches live, the fans are brought ever closer to what their players are doing in the run-up to the domestic summer.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Lancs TV.
It was a challenge to doing a live stream 5,000 plus miles away from Emirates Old Trafford to save on costs and to save on logistics and things like that. We opted for getting in touch with a local production company who have all the kit, and then myself and Katie, we flew out our remote production kit. We thought, let's try and get all this into one Pelly case and kind of pack it up in such a way that the whole of the remote production fits inside that Pelly case.
Using the Stream Hub's talkback system, me and Colin would be engineering things on both ends.
Is your if you can take a look at RX2 for us, mate, and just double check the sims?
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're talking about.
I never would have expected to be out in Bangalore, India, on tour with Lancashire Cricket. If you'd have told me that years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. I never would have thought that Lancashire would fly me out here to direct for them. That's just an incredible experience to have. I feel very privileged that myself and the company have got that relationship with Lancashire Cricket, where they have that trust in us and we have that trust in them. Typically in industry, it takes a lot of years to kind of work your way up, so the opportunities I've had at Badger and Coombs to try different roles and learn on the job and progress up through the different stages has been phenomenal, and yeah, it's amazing.
It's a great opportunity to be able to broadcast our pre-season tour games live from Emirates Old Trafford, but also live from Bangalore. It's just a great opportunity for us to grow the Lancashire cricket brand, both in India, in England and across the world. And we're just trying to grow the love of the game and grow the Red Rose brand as much as we can.
I think the sky's the limit. I think you guys are so innovative and what you come up with, and we're happy to play along, and it gives us a great insight to what you do and how that stuff works.
Oh, great effort! Get in! Finish off!
Everybody's bought into this different way of consuming the content.
No task has been too great. We've challenged us as well and try and make us push on and be the best we can be. You're always coming up with ideas, you know, like today, the example with George Bell. We got him mic'd up, and you know, the first over, they go out there, we take a wicket, and Belly gives us the commentary. And
George, what are you in these pre-season games? Is it just about trying to find a little bit of rhythm when you're a bowler or a batter? Just get back into the groove of it all?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely a part of that. Obviously, you want to get back into the swing of things, and you want to find your way back into the season, basically. But also, there is a big focus on wanting to still play the game, win the game.
You know, that's an insight that not many cricket fans get. You don't see that on many streams. So I think with sort of your brain power and your creative thinking and our cricket knowledge, we've made a really good team together. I think what we've tried to do is sort of show the nuances of the game in a different way and bring it to the audience, you know, bring what's happening out on the pitch to the audience, you know, get the players more involved and just innovate as much as we can. And I think the Badger and Coombs Lancashire cricket collaboration has really gone a long way to that. And for the county game and the game in general, that can only be a good thing if everyone is singing off the same hymn sheet.
The director is most important because she is looking at all these cameras, and out in Bengaluru there will be maybe 6 or 8 cameras.
This is where I sit during a match, up on the balcony just outside the changing rooms as well, here in Bangalore. If you come with me quickly, I'll show you where our camera positions are. We're working with a team from India who are looking after the camera work and things like that. We've got Katie directing downstairs, which we'll go and take a little walk down there now. But as you can see, great camera locations, great views. If you'd like to follow me down the stairs. So look, let me introduce you to all the guys from our Indian Badger team who are amazing. And this is where Katie is. Again, we've got returns coming down from the UK. And where we spoke to you before, we've got our two Air 320s, the returns, so coming through the internet here and here, and then Katie has her talkback.
Liv and Frankie sort this sort of things out. She's just having a cup of coffee, so she'll be on next. So, going back over here, I've no idea what that lad does. What's he doing here? Taking pictures? He's taking some good lad, that's the way. So let's get back to the engineers. See, I've always wanted, it's dangerous to let me loose in anything like this. Look at all these here. Come down here, Arthur. Look at all these. I wonder what these do. They don't seem to be bothering them, do they? I'll tell you what will bother them. I'll take this plug out.
So I've just nipped out to the hotel garden, actually, just to take a couple of minutes to explain a little bit about why Badger and Coombs are here in India with Lancashire Cricket and the importance of what we do as a company. We're not just a TV production company, we're not just pointing cameras and all that kind of thing. We're actually more of a digital creative consultancy as well. We're quite lucky in the vast range of skill sets that we have at Badger and Coombs, and what that does is it gives us the ability to advise clients about digital growth strategies, especially when it comes to engaging brands and brands engaging audiences. We get to have conversations about, let's put a microphone on a player and bring a fan in from home on the other side of the world to talk to that player, or this is how we can look at creating user-generated content and bringing the audience into the broadcasts, and how can we get the audience to feel like they have control over the narrative of a broadcast, for example. What that does is it engages that audience member in a way that they feel connected better to the brand. We're really fortunate at Badger and Coombs to have Lancashire Cricket as a client. They're fantastic, and they're really invested in our success just as much as we're invested in theirs, and they believe in what we believe in, and they believe that we can bring that great hard-working talent to the Emirates Old Trafford cricket brand. And just recently, and very recently, Lancs TV has launched a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week television channel in India on the Geo platform. So it's us that have been able to help them facilitate that. That's a massive step for a cricket club in the UK to do that, and Badger and Coombs are incredibly proud to be behind that, and to give the confidence for the chief executive and the team of Lancashire Cricket the confidence to take that step. So we've done that because we've constantly advised them on the technology and the things that we can do. They've seen it firsthand, that we don't just point cameras, we don't just hit buttons, we do a lot more than that, and we are continuing to do that. So yeah, if you're interested, you should get in touch with us at Badger and Coombs.
I think for the overall outcome of the project, I think everyone's been really happy with it, and I think we're all very proud, honestly.
Take people for what they are. You welcome everyone in, and then if they're just as welcoming, I think a good development in a relationship, you get a nice bond, and I think that's exactly what we have got. All your guys are brilliant to work with, you're not in the way at all or anything like that. It's just a brilliant relationship that's kept growing and growing, and we're happy to have you all around, and hopefully vice versa.
And they're all young, and they're all ambitious, and they do it right. And I'm an old stager now, but it brings the youth out in me when I'm around all these young people, watching what they do technically. And I, for one, I can tell you, it's mind-boggling.
At the time, I didn't really feel like I was trailblazing. I was just a young girl who loved cricket, had a passion for it.
Because at the time, there was nowhere really for you to go.
I never believed I was good enough to play for England. I say it's his fault, I'm a number 11 now. The girl coming on now, this is where we cash in, this is where we get stuck in. And I got 4 for, and like not many overs. And my mum just turned around to them and went, that's my daughter, by the way. You know, he always maintained that I was good enough to be there. It was nothing to do with being a girl. That was probably my goal, was just to do as much as I could for as long as I could. I remember that summer it just lit cricket up, didn't it? I must have had 6 hours sleep throughout the entire test match. You know, they've got a girl playing for them. Is she any good? I remember being more nervous making my first team debut for Hayward than I was for my England debut. Like a young Kate Cross, to not have to do what I did, not have to be the first girl to do things.
Welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. And I'm delighted to say that today I've got a trailblazer alongside me, none other than Kate Cross, the first girl to be admitted to the Lancashire Academy, the first lady to play in the Central Lancashire League and one of the original centrally contracted players for England. Kate, I think it's pretty fair to say you are a trailblazer for women's cricket, isn't it?
I think when you say all those things, I guess hindsight gives you a bigger picture. Obviously at the time I didn't really feel like I was trailblazing. I was just a young girl who loved cricket, had a passion for it, wanted to play as much as possible, and was lucky enough to get those opportunities. So I think that the trailblazing kind of comes with the territory, but not what I intended.
No, you wouldn't, obviously you wouldn't think that at the time, I don't think, but thinking about it, the first girl to be in the Lancashire Academy going back to 2006, that must have been a very interesting experience and possibly quite a scary one for you.
Yeah, it was. Again, I think at the time I was just delighted that I got another couple of training sessions in the week and I was getting to come here and do it at a ground that I'd watched a lot of cricket at, and you know, that felt really special. But I remember it being quite intimidating. I remember going to that first training session. I was 15 at the time, and obviously my dad had to drive me because I couldn't drive. And I remember being really nervous on the drive in that, you know, I was going to be training with, at the time, what I thought were really elite athletes and, you know, young lads who could go on to play for Lancashire and England. But I think that the thing that probably made it pretty big for me was the media attention around being that first girl. And I'll always remember how John Stanworth remained so calm about his decision to select me, and you know, he always maintained that I was good enough to be there, and if he'd seen a lad with the skill set that I had, he would have selected them to be in the academy. It was nothing to do with being a girl. And I actually think that really helped me with my journey in cricket. Not that he took a chance, but you know, he did something that was out of the norm.
Well, that's probably how it should be, but it was in advance of its time then, wasn't it? I mean, it's how it would be perceived now.
Yeah.
But then, even though we're only talking not very many years ago, 16, 17 years ago.
It feels like a long time
well, yeah,
ago.
maybe, but it was out of the ordinary then.
Yeah, it was, and like I said, there was a lot of media attention around it, and I had to get stuck into doing live interviews with Sky and the BBC, and I remember doing these interviews, and then week one of training, when the academy actually started and we kicked into winter training, week one was around media training, and John got the cameras out and said, you know, you're going to have to get used to this, and I was thinking, I really could have done with this about 10 days ago when the media interest started. But that I always kind of maintained that was the moment that I thought cricket's the sport for me. That I was playing a bit of netball at the time, and I loved netball. Obviously played a lot of sport at school, but cricket was that moment was like, you know, I could really take this seriously now.
That's interesting, because at the time there was nowhere really for you to go, was there? There was no professional women's cricket. I mean, England played, and there was sort of amateur county cricket, but you couldn't have dreamt of forging a career in the game at that time.
No, absolutely not. Obviously, like you said, there was no professionalism in the game. If it was kind of semi-professional, and the girls that were playing for England were paid
peanuts,
a basic wage to, you know, there was a lot of subsidising, a lot of coaching, a lot of work with chance to shine. But it's hard to think what my aspirations would have been at that time, because I never believed I was good enough to play for England, but I always just like I said, I just wanted to play more cricket, and I felt like that was probably my goal, was just to do as much as I could for as long as I could. I'd been playing for Lancashire first team for 2 years at that point, which was quite a scary thought as a 15-year-old. But I think I don't know if I actually did have an aspiration to play for England. I think it was just more that I wanted to probably see what I could get out of myself and what the opportunities would bring.
There is no doubt that it helped you coming from a sporting family. Your father obviously was a very good professional footballer. Your elder brother played decent cricket and played good club cricket. So sport within your family was extremely natural, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was no doubt in the summer that I was having to play cricket with my brother in the back garden. I'm the youngest of three, so almost the product of being told what to do and bossed around by Bobby, my elder brother. I always joke as well that as we went through our cricket careers, me, my sister and my brother, Bobby's an opening batter, I'm an opening bowler, and Jem was the wicket keeper, so you could see how it worked in the back garden, and I never got to bat. If we ever got Bobby out, that was it. We'd go inside and play a different game. We weren't allowed to bat. So.
Did he not bowl, Bobby?
Not very well. So yeah, that's why I say it's his fault. I'm a number 11 now. So, but yeah, sport was just always part of my life growing up. It was never forced on us though. I think Dad was always quite aware that he didn't want to force us into having to play sport, and I'm terrible at football. I'm definitely not my father's daughter there. But yeah, I think it was just, I remember my summers just being really bright sunshine. You're always in the garden. I'm sure it was rose-tinted glasses now looking back, but I think the community that cricket creates is one that you're just always down at the cricket club. As I got older, I'd get into scoring and doing the tins for the first team or helping Mum do the tees. Always playing in the car park. We had a little runway strip near the scoreboard that we could play as a under-11s group, and I was just always playing cricket. So it just felt like it was natural to be doing that, and I always wondered what my friends did in the summer holidays if they didn't have a cricket club to go to, what would they do?
Did you go to the cricket club because Bobby, your brother, played, or did your dad play? Or was it just because you wanted to go anyway?
It stems back to my Uncle Bob. So Uncle Bob.
So not Brother Bob?
Not Brother Bob, Uncle Bob. Does get a bit confusing. He was the under-11s coach down at Haywood, and he'd played cricket for Haywood all his life, basically. My dad would play down there when he was out of football season. So the family tree always goes back to Haywood. I was actually grew up in Bury. But when I went down to play my first bit of proper cricket and went down to training, it was Uncle Bob that was the coach. So I think that also helped me back then, because I was the only girl, stood out like a sore thumb. I was the only one with a ponytail in the back of my hat. So I think it was quite nice having the family there to kind of ease me into it. And it was back in the day when Uncle Bob had to be called Sir by everyone. It was very strict under-11s coaching, but I was allowed to call him Uncle Bob as long as no one else was around.
So how did you progress then to play in the men's first team? You were the first woman to play in the Central Lancashire League, which is another trailblazing step.
Yeah, it was actually one of my goals growing up. Like I said, I didn't really have the aspiration to play for England, but I always wanted to play first team cricket for Haywood. Probably because I saw that every week, and it was visible to me, and I guess the women's stuff was less visible. It wasn't on TV as much as men's cricket was. But I progressed like any of the lads down at Haywood, started in the under-11s, played all the age group stuff, and then it got to senior cricket. And my brother was first team captain when I was, kind of getting good enough to play senior cricket. And he would never pick me. Never pick me. There was some political decisions, obviously, in committee where he thought he can't pick his little sister. And then he stepped down as captain. He did 10 years of captaincy, and another lad took over, and they needed a bowler, so I got to go in the first team. But I remember being more nervous making my first team debut for Haywood than I was for my England debut. I think probably because of the pressure of...
Different environment, isn't it?
That, and also...
Playing with all these blokes around you.
And also, as I grew up playing for Haywood, everyone knew there was a girl that played at Haywood. And so there was always just that little bit more interest in how I bowled compared to how anyone else bowled, naturally, because, they've got a girl playing for them. Is she any good?
And what about the comparisons then? Because you're in the tough school of cricket. You're not one of these opening batters who just swans around and strokes it to the boundary every now and again and, runs very elegantly between the wickets. You're there, marking your run-up out and having to sweat and toil all the way through the day. So what about the comparisons between the men and you, if you like, or were you unaware of that?
Yeah, I think I was unaware of it. It's all I knew. I only knew men's cricket. I'd never played women's cricket growing up, other than when I was playing for Lancashire, which was actually quite few and far between. But yeah, I think I just wanted to be part of the team, and I wanted people to see me as a cricketer and not as a girl that was playing cricket. And obviously you always got the comments. There was always someone who had something to say when you turned up to an away game. There's a really nice story actually. Well, it's not nice because I got heckled, but my mum was watching me play third team cricket. I can't remember where we played, and there was a group of lads sat behind her, and I came on to bowl after the power play. And power play wouldn't have been power play in club cricket, but you know, I didn't open
you were
the bowling.
first change.
Yeah, I didn't open the bowling. And there was this comment, Mum passed this story on to me saying that these blokes, oh, there's a girl coming on now, this is where we cash in, this is where we get stuck in. And I got 4 for, and like not many overs, and my mum just turned around to them and went, that's my daughter, by the way. And you know, she had that little smug, that ability to have that smug story.
Fantastic.
But you know, there was always something like that got said. So I think growing up, that I didn't really know it was happening at the time, but I think there was almost this need to constantly prove myself when I was playing cricket, because you had people who had those views on women playing, and you know, it wasn't as normal as it is now to see a girl playing in men's cricket back then. So I think there was just always that little bit more pressure when I played, and that, I think, in turn spurred me and motivated me to be the best cricketer that I could be. And then obviously when when John Stanworth then accepted me into the Lancs Academy, I think that almost gave me even more motivation to keep wanting to prove myself, because someone, you know, in quite a big role has made a big decision that's gained media attention, and I wanted to prove to everyone that he'd made the right decision. And you know, it was, even though there was a lot of talk about it being a wasted spot because I was never going to progress to play for England, and I think there was some monetary gain if someone from the academy did go on to play for England. There was a lot of controversy around that. And I think, it made me want to prove to people that John had made the right decision. So there was, I think, a lot of that has now shaped who I am as a cricketer.
I was going to say, in essence, it's hard work. Being a girl, a woman at that time, progressing into the men's game, and it's quite obvious that you've got a propensity and a liking for hard work by doing what you're doing. Where do you think that's come from?
Probably everything that I've just said. I think that element of standing out a lot. You know, you just couldn't go under the radar being the girl that played for Haywood. And I did work hard. I probably wish I'd worked harder, knowing what I know now. I think if I could go back and do my time again, I wish I'd got fitter earlier and worked a bit harder. But I do just think my passion for the game got me through a lot of it, because I loved playing and I wanted to play at every opportunity. I saw how much fun my brother was having at the weekend with his mates, going out playing in the first team. You know, I wanted that, I craved that. I then kind of found a lot of like-minded girls who were going through the same journey as me when I first started playing for Lancashire. They all had the same story of playing men's cricket and kind of getting the sexist remarks and stuff. So I think there was a lot of things that probably went into the pot. And like I said, it's easy to look back with hindsight now and realise that, you know, that is where my resilience came from, or whatever it might be. But I just love the game. I just wanted to play as much as possible, and I think that's what inspired me and motivated me to keep doing it.
Aside from cricket, you've also worked hard to get a degree. You've got a degree in psychology at Leeds, I think, and you've gone on and got a master's. So what's inspired you and kept you going to work hard to get those academic qualifications? Well,
the first one, when I first went to uni, that was because I needed to get a job. There was no career in cricket.
That's right.
So I went to uni in 2010, and the professional contracts didn't come in until 2014. So I went to university with the view that I'd need a degree, find a job that would help me, you know, play cricket as well, in a semi-professional state that it was still in at the time. Recently, the Masters was more, I'm getting towards that stage of my career where everyone's talking to me about retiring, because I'm in my 30s now, so I thought I'd better do something just in case and the worst happens. But I've always had, I think my journey in cricket has always made me want to help a young Kate Cross to not have to do what I did, not have to be the first girl to do things, but actually have a really clear path that would, you know, help them play for England or for Lancashire or for Thunder, whoever it might be. So I did a master's in a sports director's master. I'm not very patient with coaching, so I think I'm more behind the scenes kind of decision making. But I think that's why I did it. It was just so that, you know, young girls wouldn't necessarily have to have the journey that I had in it. Not that I would change my journey for anything, but, you know, I just want girls to think sport's a really great option as a career, especially cricket, because it's given me some of my best times in life. It's given me some of my worst times in life, but it's given me, you know, some of the most incredible memories, and you want as many girls to think that that can be for them. So that's why I think I've been inspired to keep going academically as well.
In a way, they say life, or some of the good things in life are about being in the right place at the right time. And even though initially in your career, so 2006 onwards, there was very little women's cricket, it started to the effect of women's cricket started to snowball as it got into the early 2010s, didn't it? 2013, 14 were the first central contracts. And you first played for England in 2013. I think you were involved in 2011. So when did it start to dawn on you that there may be a possibility of pursuing a life in cricket almost totally without having anything else around you?
Probably the day that we came back from Australia. We did
when you'd won the Ashes?
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. We did back-to-back Ashes, so I wasn't involved in the 2013 home series, but the girls won it back here, and then we went and defended the Ashes in the winter of 2014. And we got back from that tour, and we got an email from the ECB about a bonus, and at the time it felt like this really significant bonus. I think it was like 10 grand or something like that to be, you know, to win the Ashes. And then we went over to the World Cup, the T20 World Cup in Bangladesh in that March. We returned from that trip and we got this email saying that professional contracts were coming in. And it wasn't until I read that email that I thought, right, you know, I might have a job here. If I'm offered a contract, then I could consider myself a professional sports person. So that was really, it was quite unexpected because there'd been no talk about professionalism of the game. Like the girls were in that semi-professional era of working with Chance to Shine to subsidise and do coaching whilst they were still training as England players. And I'd just come out of university, so I graduated, I think, in the summer of 2013. So I again, it was right place, right time for me. That I'd just finished uni, was looking for jobs, thinking, what could I do? I'd done a degree in psychology, so I was kind of looking down that route. And then this email landed in my inbox, and next thing you know, you're offered a central contract by England. So it was dream come true kind of stuff, but really until that email landed, there was never an expectation that I was going to have a career in cricket.
You had a dream debut in Perth though, didn't you, in the test match?
Yeah, that was pretty special.
Winning the game, wickets in both innings. What do you get, 3 for 35 in each innings? Or
yeah, it was strange.
Something like that.
Yeah, and then the next test match I played, I had the same figures in the game as well. It was 6 for 70 in my first 2 test matches, which was strange. But yeah, that was a real magic 4 days. It was hard work. It was hot. I remember it being really hot. Like you were getting in the ice bath after every session. I'd never played anything longer than a 50-over game of cricket, and then was suddenly exposed to these conditions in Perth at the WACA. You know, that's real dream stuff. Being able to make your debut in a test match against Australia at the WACA as a fast bowler, you know, it was really special. And to win that game as well, it was back when we just started the multi-point series of the Ashes, and it was worth 6 points for the test if you won. So it was a big win. But I was exhausted at the end of it. I remember David Collier was would he have been the CEO or the chairman of the ECB at the time?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And he rocked up to the pub that we were in Perth.
They always like to trip away to Perth, the ECB hierarchy, didn't
yeah, it's the one that everyone seems to go on, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he rocked up with the ECB credit card, so we were all thinking, oh, it's amazing, we've got a free night ahead of us. And we finished at lunchtime, so it would have been about 2 o'clock we're in this pub, and by 2:30 I was getting woken up because I'd just fallen asleep, completely the adrenaline had gone. I must have had 6 hours sleep throughout the entire test match. I was just on a high after every single
Well, those Swan
day.
Lagers do it to you as well.
Yeah, I think I'd only had about 2. I was gutted, I missed the big party, but yeah, it was again probably a bit of an eye-opener of what was to come, because there was that there was just the doing it because it was there, the opportunity had come. Of course I wanted to play in a test match. There was no talk about bowling workloads back then, or you know, nothing like that. But yeah, it was a really special 4 days for us.
Interesting point, that, because the format that the women play now, with the point system in one-day internationals and test, you don't play very many test matches, but I get from just chatting to you here now and knowing you anyway that you really enjoy the challenge of the test match. Do the girls in general look forward to playing test matches?
Yeah, always.
Wish they'd play more?
Yeah, it's always just, you always get your coloured kit for T20 cricket and one-day cricket, but the special package is when you know you've got an Ashes around the corner, or potentially when we're playing India or someone like that, because you get your whites as well, and it's what every kid in the back garden plays growing up, isn't it? Or my generation especially, it was always test match cricket, and that was what was on my telly, what I was watching. The 2005 Ashes was just, you know, I remember queuing up outside here in 2005 to get in on that final day. I actually snuck in. I managed to find a little two lanes were merging with the queues, and I just snuck right through the middle and got in. But it was just, I remember that summer being, it just lit cricket up, didn't it? It was just incredible. Andrew Flintoff running in and making things happen and changing games, and he had a personality. I remember he was the first player that I saw that had this big personality on a cricket pitch, and I thought that was really special, and I wanted to be part of that. So it was kind of what I was brought up on. You know, white ball cricket wasn't really around back then, and so it was still always my dream to play test cricket, and it's the same for every single player now. If you ask anyone, they'll want to play a test match. I find it such a shame that we don't play enough of it, because we almost have to learn as we play.
Because you don't play it domestically, do you?
No, we don't play any red ball cricket, and we play 2 test matches a year now, and that's a lot. When I first started, it was 1 every 3 years, and it would be in the biggest arena of playing in the Ashes, where it really mattered, where the points were heavily weighted for the test match. So you're learning the job as you go, and you know, one session really teaches you a lot, and then you don't play it again for 18 months. So it's I think it's a real shame in that aspect, because I think we'd learn, as female cricketers, I think we'd learn a lot more about the game by playing more red ball cricket. You know, you just got to do your basics for longer, and generally the better team comes out on top in test cricket. And I think that's what I love so much about it, is that it's the toil and the hard work and the emotion and everything that goes into 5 days for us now. We played a 5-day test match this summer, and then at the end of it, you want to do it all again. It's crazy. You put your body through hell, but you want to do it all again. It's just got this.
There's a great degree of satisfaction about it, isn't there?
Yeah.
I think that's something you get from bowling fast. It doesn't matter particularly whether you've taken wickets or had a good day. There is a great degree of self-satisfaction to be had, just the physical effort that you put in and getting some form of reward at the end of the day.
Yeah,
do you think that?
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think there's the kind of chess play of it as well, and how like the tactics of test cricket. Obviously, if you understand the game and the nuances of it, then you see a lot of the ebbs and flows in test cricket. But for me, it's the being under pressure of trying to work batters out whilst you're out there. I feel like T20 cricket, you probably do your homework and you know how players play and how you might get them out, but there's very little time to set players up, whereas in test cricket, it's all kind of about that, trying to stay one step ahead of the game, but, you know, work players out as you go, and I just think that's quite special.
So you've had a great time winning the Ashes 2014, 2015, but it's not always been plain sailing for you, because a year or so later you hit a bit of a wall and you have an issue with anxiety and stress. How did that manifest itself? And I know you don't mind talking about it because you have talked about it before. And why do you think that occurred for somebody who was quite obviously having a good time within the game?
Yeah, I think it was actually a bit of a shock to me that I was feeling the way that I was feeling. Like I said, I studied psychology at uni. I remember being in a lecture and we were going through depression and anxiety and symptoms of those illnesses. And I remember being in this lecture theatre and like ticked off 5 of 6 of the symptoms, and I thought, wow, that's exactly how I feel. And I remember speaking to my mum And it was a really difficult conversation because I actually find saying the word depression really difficult. And I remember saying to her, I think this is what I'm suffering with. And she said to me, she said, I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a while. You've not felt yourself.
She recognised it, did she?
Yeah, I think she just recognised that I'm quite a bubbly character. I'm quite extroverted, and I think I was quite insular when I was at uni and didn't seem to be enjoying myself as much as 18-year-olds at university should do. And it actually, that whole time of my life is actually a big blur. The years kind of merge into each other. And
so you're talking about when you were at university, and even when you were playing in your early days for England, it didn't. It manifested itself then, but didn't actually come out.
Yeah.
Until what was it, 2016?
2016. Maybe? So that's 3 or 4 years later. So I think a lot. Like I said, it does kind of all merge into one. But 2016 was when it all came to a head, basically. And for anyone who has ever suffered with anxiety or depression, it's really, I say easy, it's easy to go into your cricket environment and be the character that everyone knows you to be. But it was when I was getting home that I noticed that I was finding all of the cricket things really exhausting because I was putting this mask on. I was, pretending I was having the best time of my life because why wouldn't I? I'm travelling the world with England and getting to play cricket for a living. And actually I was despising every second of it. I was dreading going to training. I was putting so much pressure on myself to perform every single day because I was being paid to do that now. So my hobby, my passion that I'd grown up with became my job overnight, and I really struggled with that transition. And it wasn't until I started seeing a psychologist a bloke called Mike Rotherham, who was working with the England team at the time. I started having sessions with him consistently. There were weekly sessions, and this all happened because I basically had a really big breakdown when I got to Loughborough one day. I ended up getting pulled out of a tour to the West Indies. This was the year before the Home World Cup as well in 2017. So I remember I was having a real big argument with myself about if I tell anyone how I'm feeling, then I might risk a place in the 2017 World Cup squad. If I don't tell anyone how I'm feeling, then who knows what might happen. I'm really struggling. So I was having this internal debate for a long time, and it all just came to a head. And I remember crying the entire journey down to Loughborough. The only reason I went down was because I was picking Sophie Eccleston up. She couldn't drive, so I had to pick her up en route, and I didn't want to let her down. I got to Loughborough and I hid in the physio room. I couldn't even go and see any of the girls.
Couldn't face them.
Just couldn't face anyone. All my best friends were in that squad, and I couldn't bear the thought of being around them. And so I got the help that I needed. I spoke to our physio. Mark Robinson was our coach at the time, and he said, look, I'm pulling you out of selection for this tour. Go away, make yourself, get yourself better. Cricket doesn't matter right now. Make sure you're okay. And this is when I then started seeing Mike Rotherham. And actually, again, it's hindsight, and it's really easy with hindsight, but we got to a point about 6 months later where we worked out that actually me growing up as David Cross's daughter, as Bobby Cross's brother, as Jenny Cross's sister, as one of the young Crosses, I, without knowing, had a lot of pressure on me growing up, and it took us ages to unpick this, but I didn't realise the pressure that came with, and the perfectionism that I'd created around myself, the desire to prove people wrong, all went into this pot and kind of bubbled over. And also you add the professional contracts into that of, needing to feel like you were doing everything perfectly, and, you weren't drinking, you weren't seeing your friends, you were training, you were making sure you got your 10 hours sleep, you're doing everything as well as you possibly could. And I'd just built this life that wasn't obtainable, I guess.
Full of self-doubt.
Yeah.
And lack of self-worth.
Yeah, and I think I said it at the start of this interview, but I never believed I was good enough to play for England. So then there was this imposter syndrome as well that came in, and it was no one's fault. It was just how it had kind of all happened, and being the first girl as well, there was just this natural, well, Kate will play for England, she must do. So there's this pressure that a lot of it was my internal dialogue with myself as well, that I've played for the academy now, so I must do this, I must go on to play for England. So anyway, we got to the bottom of it, and we did some hard work. I remember having to have a lot of difficult conversations with my parents as well, because I felt a lot of pressure when my family came to watch me play. That
It happened at Worcester, did it?
Yeah, that was the example I was going to use.
Yeah.
Everyone, it was the first day, so I've been playing for England for years, but this day at Worcester we were playing Pakistan, and it was the first day that all my closest family had been able to watch the same game. So it felt like a really big deal, and I really wanted to do well for them. And I think Nat Siver hit record runs, and we had our highest total, and we should have beat Pakistan. It was a game that we were on paper going to win. And I remember bowling and just getting hit everywhere, and my figures were terrible. And I remember thinking, I'm not good enough to be here. I'm actually, like, it's all going to come out now. Everyone's going to realise I'm no good at cricket. And I remember just being on the pitch with my sunglasses on, and just tears were rolling down my face. And I thought, I'm live on Sky Sports here. I need to, something's not right. This isn't, it's the dream that everyone sells you just doesn't seem to be what I'm experiencing. So, so yeah, I had to have conversations with my parents around how much pressure I felt when they came to watch me play, and they were laughing at me. They were going, "What are you on about? You're playing for England. We're so proud of you. We don't care if you do well. You're out there representing your country. You're representing us." So there's a lot of difficult conversations around that, and that's when I think if you speak to anyone who's played, not even professional sport, just sport in general, I think you have to go back to that kid in the garden. Like, why do you play? What do you love about this sport? And actually kind of hitting rock bottom for me was that opportunity to fall back in love with the game. And since then, since around 2018,
Kate Cross in conversation there with Paul Allott for viewers on Lancs TV. For the listeners on the BBC Sport website and app, the news from the middle isn't great, I'm afraid. The match has been abandoned. The day's play has been abandoned. Not a single ball possible on the fourth and final day. So this game ends in a draw here at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire taking 8 points and Surrey leaving with 11. Mark Church from BBC London's alongside me. You can just see the ground staff on the live stream for viewers with us on Lancs TV. They've done all they can to try and get a bit of play today, Churchy, but just not going to happen.
They really have, and actually we're here a bit later than I thought we would be, because it was pretty wet this morning. There was a bit of rain overnight, and yeah, real shame, because opening game of the season, everybody very much looking forward to it, but the weather's had its final say. And Saturday seems a long time ago, doesn't it, when we got the 80 overs in, and actually those 80 overs were fascinating, and we spoke about that with the Surrey spinners, Steele and Lawrence taking 9 wickets between them, and Josh Bohannon playing very nicely, and Lancashire all out for 202, and then we only got, 8.3 overs of the Surrey reply, 15 without loss they were, but what can you do, really? If the weather's going to do this to you, what can you do? Not a lot.
Nope. Next up for Surrey?
Somerset on Friday, back in South London.
First home game for the defending champions.
Indeed it is.
Okie-dokie. It's a trip to Hampshire for Lancashire on Friday, and we'll bring you coverage of that on the BBC Sport website and app. Thank you to all the team today. Sadly, this opening game for the new season badly affected by the rain. The rain, the winner, I'm afraid. Let's hope that the summer and the rain improves through the course of the next few months. That's it from us. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Cricket and life and travel, etc. So I feel like, in a way, it was the worst time of my life, but without it, I don't think I would. I think I would have stopped playing cricket and not played again.
Well, that was a fantastic account of the poor time, the bad time that you had. And how you've come out of it, and how you realise that without that you probably wouldn't have got on to do what you've done now. Was there any one point, something that you saw, watched, that sparked you to rejuvenate yourself and say, oh, come on, I can do this again?
There was a moment just after I'd got back from Loughborough, actually, when I'd had this breakdown. I had 3 days in my bedroom. I didn't leave my bedroom other than if I needed to use the toilet or get some food from downstairs. I was still at my mum and dad's at the time. And my dad came into my room, and I think my mum and dad just didn't know what to do. They'd not really dealt with anyone who was struggling mentally, and I didn't know what to do. And I remember my dad just said to me that they wanted to help me, but they didn't know how to. And he said to me, his quote was, I can't remember where he got it from, but he just said, tough times don't last, but tough people do. And I really vividly remember him being sat on my bed and my blinds were closed. It was the middle of the day, you know, I'd been asleep for a lot of it. And I just really remember not wanting to feel how I felt. And I was just fed up of, like, I'd come home not showered. I'd been, like I said, I'd been in my room for 3 days, and it just really felt like I was at absolute rock bottom. And I remember that I didn't want to feel that way anymore, and I wanted to get myself better. And then I think the natural, you know, process of getting yourself better and understanding your mental health more and how you work, how you function, what your triggers are, got me in a better place, which then made me realise that it wasn't cricket that had triggered me. It was everything that came with cricket, but actually cricket's still an unbelievable sport that I'm still really passionate about and still want to be a part of. Whether that's for England, I wasn't sure at the time because I didn't know if I actually had. I think I felt like I closed the door on that a little bit by not going on that winter tour. But I still wanted to be part of it, and I think that was what actually kick-started me to make sure I really bought into the sessions I was doing with Mike, and they were really difficult, but I needed to go through those conversations to make sure that I understood myself to be better as a human being before I was better as a cricketer. So yeah, like I said, it all is a bit of a blur for me, that kind of time of my life, but there's a lot of people that I think if they hadn't been around at that time, then I probably wouldn't be playing cricket now. I think I would have probably packed it in and not looked back.
Well, you said a few minutes ago that from 2018 onwards has been your best time in the game, and it's been a good time to be in the game, whether you're a man or a woman, to be perfectly honest. But especially in terms of women's cricket, the way that the game has now developed with franchise leagues around the world. You played in the Big Bash in Australia as one of the first overseas players. How do you obviously want to carry on playing, I assume you do, but how do you see the women's game going now? It's going from strength to strength. Is the balance shifting towards franchise cricket, or is it still very firmly in an international format?
That's a really difficult question to answer, because I think if you'd have asked me where I saw women's cricket was heading 5 years ago, I don't think I'd have been able to create or envisage what we have now as the outcome 5 years ago. So it's quite hard to, you know, with the way that women's cricket is travelling, it's quite hard to think where it could be in the next 5 years as well. There is more franchise cricket turning up in our calendar, but we're still at a really strange phase with the global game that not all countries are professional. So you've got the kind of top 4 or 5 that are professional with us: Australia, India, South Africa, New Zealand to an extent, but they're still pretty much underpaid from what I gather. And I think I would rather see the global game rise at the right pace, kind of as a group of playing nations, rather than just seeing the top 5 or top 3 kind of run away with everything. But without these global tournaments, you don't have, without the franchise tournaments, so you've not really got the platform for girls to get exposure and get opportunities to play cricket under pressure. So it's a really difficult balance for the women's game at the minute. But like I said, I couldn't imagine the game being where it is right now if you'd have asked me 5 years ago. You know, to have.
Well, it's changed for you exponentially, really, because you're a Lancashire girl through and through. You played for Lancashire, you played for the Thunder. But what happened last year? You had to play, you went and played for the Northern Superchargers, but you were picked up by them. So there's this fluidity now in the game that is probably very difficult to get your head round as a traditional women's player and somebody who's grown up through this system.
Yeah,
but you're there now.
We are, and I am. I do play for a Yorkshire team.
You can say it.
I don't hope no one from Yorkshire will be watching this, will they? I think again, like the men have a blueprint. They've been playing professional cricket a lot longer than us, and they've gone through the stepping stones that we're going through now. But we almost still try and use some of the men's blueprints, but it doesn't quite fit in the women's game. So you're seeing these auctions and people getting sold across the Pennines to go to different teams, and that in the men's game is a lot more normal and a lot more accepted. And if you're a professional cricketer, you might up sticks and move to Kent because you've been bought to go and play, you know, your county cricket there. Whereas in the women's game, we're not quite there with the pay yet. We're not quite there with the used to being moved around and picked up and dropped in a team. So it's
all the facilities.
The facilities definitely
getting better now.
Definitely, since they've brought in the domestic structure and the regional, the way that they've regionalised the women's game. Then, you know, this is for the Thunder Girls. This is home, and it's a test match venue. It's got unbelievable facilities, great coaches who've been part of Lancashire, and you know really understand the morals of what it is to be a Lancastrian, etc. So we're very, very lucky here. We're very well supported, and we're probably the region that a lot of other teams aspire to look like, which obviously we should be very proud of as a county. But there's just this element of it's moving so quickly that, you know, some parts of the game can't keep up with it. So you've got a girl who moves up from London, but the pay's not good enough to be, you know, being able to buy a property up here. It's very different in the men's game. The men will be able to afford things like that. So it's in this really quite finite balance of where does the funding go, and I think the funding is not quite big enough yet to cover all bases, even though the game's moving at that exponential rate. So I'm glad I'm not in that decision-making stage of my career yet, but it's great. It's unbelievable. It's brilliant to be a part of, but there's always kind of these not grudges, wrong word, but you know, there's just these bits where we just want that to be a bit better, and that to be a bit better, and that to be a bit better.
You feel you're catching up, basically.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to get
But not quite
at.
there yet.
Yeah, but it is in such a healthy state. You know, we've got 100 professionalised girls in the country now. Think back to 2014, less than 10 years ago, there was 15 contracted players getting paid to play women's cricket. So it is a really great place to be, and that's, I think, why it's so difficult to think where we could be in 5 years' time.
What about the future then for Kate Cross? In 5 years' time, you're still going to be bowling?
How old will I be then? 37.
37?
Yeah, I don't feel like I'll be bowling at 37. I don't know. I've not got a date for an idea.
And why would you?
No, I want to keep enjoying the game. I feel in a really good place with it at the moment. I feel like I'm really still enjoying it and feel like I can offer a lot. Training's not a chore yet, which I know when that happens, then that's probably going to be when I start thinking about retiring. But we've got a World Cup in 2025 that I'll be really keen to, you know.
It'd be nice for you to win one of those, wouldn't it?
Would be lovely. But yeah, I want to try and stake a claim for selection for that. And then I think with the women's calendar now, you think 2025 ODI World Cup, there'll be an Ashes in 2026, then there'll be another T20 World Cup in 27. You know, there's always something around the corner. So I think that's what probably keeps us more interested than in the past, when you might have had to wait 6 months for a tour. And
exciting times for Emirates Old Trafford, because we've got 5 games here starting in 2025, I think.
Yeah, so I need to...
because you love playing here.
I love playing here. I love that I get to call this place my home. And that was, I remember speaking to Daniel Gidney a couple of years ago saying that's something on my bucket list, is to play an England game at home at Old Trafford, at Emirates Old Trafford. So he then gave me the good news that they've got some games. So I was like, right, I need to keep going and try and get into the teams for that. But that, again, that's just... I think I was 23 when I got to play my first game here, and it was in the Kia Super League, and it rained, of course it did. So I think we actually got rained off for the first game, but I remember the excitement that I had was like, you know, the 7-year-old in the garden who'd seen it on TV and seen Andrew Flintoff playing on telly here, and I couldn't believe that I was getting the opportunity to play here. And now this is, you know, where we play a lot of our cricket, and it's the norm, and we've got a home dressing room. We've got our own lockers. You know, this is what I call home. So it has changed so much. But I think to be able to play an England game here would be on the bucket list, and really want to tick that off the to-do list.
Kate, thanks very much. It's been a really enjoyable 45 minutes at least.
Has it?
Oh yeah.
Time flies.
Fantastic. You've been a really good interviewee, and I think everybody will enjoy listening to you. I certainly hope so, and we'll get you back in because there's plenty more we've got to discuss. So, Kate Cross, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.